Alright, hello chat, and welcome back to another Team Wars cast. I am your host, Harpoo, and I am joined today by Illus of the Shanghai Squarepants, as well as Kosvid of the Eggs. Feel free to say hello, guys.
How's it going?
Hi.
Thanks for joining me today. Harpoo, Illus, and Kosvid. That's right, Cranky. I hope you're all doing well, chat. We have a couple of sets we're going to cover today. We have, there's always time crunches to consider. So, you guys have anything you want to say for an introduction? We can just get straight into it otherwise.
I'm not one to introduce myself too much, so I'm up for just getting into the games.
Alright, how about you, Willis? Straight in. Okay. Today,
we can hear some funny stories from Illus if he wants.
Yes, Illus will be able to give us the insider perspective as we check out Week 8 Bladham's Miscalculators versus the Shanghai Squarepants. Just to give the audience a reminder for the new players that may tune in, Bladham's Miscalculators are currently captained by Decoy at the moment, as Crazed is sort of in charge, but he's not participating nor receiving rewards anymore. But Decoy is on the team now with Chocobo, Mogwai, Incognito, Zhaoui, and Zay Tell. On the other side, Shanghai Squarepants, captained by Illus, who's here today. Top deck Timmy, Cody, Rockin', Sinbred, and Mad Mac rounding out their roster. So, Kosvid, you can give us your thoughts on these two teams here. Then, Illus, you're free to share your thoughts as well while I set up the decks for the first match.
I don't know what to say regarding particular teams because I'm used to know most of the participants separately as very cool players, but I haven't made any real expectations on how the tournament would be going regarding win rates and such, so I'm just very curious with every set to see how it goes, because we've got a lot of surprises in this tournament regarding performance of different teams, so it's very entertaining.
All right. Well, thanks very much. Yeah, go on, Illus.
Totally unbiased opinion. Shanghai Squarepants is the best team in the competition, and they've just it's been a bit of a rough go for them. They've been very unlucky, and they deserve to win, but it didn't happen. So we'll see how they go in this set.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they do. No spoiler is currently. Moving forward from here, I'll leave it to you guys. Feel free to chat about the decks. We'll get into the first game momentarily. Take it away.
Okay, so this is interesting for me because obviously I know what our team submitted before we ever started playing, but I didn't actually see their list for anything. What do you think about this artifact hunter in their Shanghai list?
I think it's a pretty niche card, but it's smart to use, to include occasionally in some decks as a fake draw, as some people say, just because this one is both actual draw and fake draw, because it costs relatively a lot, and it returns you a card. Yeah, I think it's good for preserving your hand size.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would be using it for Blood Rage Mask though, because it implies more of a surprise element to me, so I would be using it with the Backstab Mask, for example. So yeah. Interesting choice here. Maybe they are trying to play mind games, playing it in advance and never expecting people to go behind their back. Like, it can be actually useful against Venner who tries to play infiltrate.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if it was actual consideration when making this deck.
No, you can see Incognito's getting off to a really hot start here. He's got all of the 2-drops you could possibly want for the opening. He's going to have some reach with that Lantern Fox. But is this Timmy? This is Timmy, yeah. Timmy's dropped double 2s as well, so it should be a pretty interesting early game here. See how Incognito... Do I pretend that I don't know what's going to happen? Because, like, I kind of don't, because it was 2 weeks ago, but I kind of do. Because I remember the results.
You can take a happy you won, right?
I think you can just reiterate your thoughts on every turn, just looking at each other's hands and which play you would deem optimal for both.
Yeah, definitely later in the game I can talk about like what we were thinking about and when we know we screwed up, you know.
Yeah. I like this line of play. Both starts from both sides are pretty aggressive and assertive, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. I think both players got everything they wanted out of their starting hands here.
I think I should make a screenshot of both decks next time for the next matches to refer to the decks and to what everyone has in the future.
Yeah, it might be a good idea.
Because I don't remember thinking that Vitruvian deck looked any aggressive, but the start is, yeah, against Songhai, I mean, you need to develop bodies all the time and remove the threats.
No, I know Timmy was talking in call about this. He said that the deck has like 17 or 22 drops or something. So it does have some late game with like Zenrui and I think it has Aymara. But like it often gets off to really long starts, and if you somehow miss your 2-drops just by having that many in the deck, it feels really bad.
No Aymaras in this one. There's a lot of 2-drops though.
Yeah, it's a lot of 2-drops.
I like dispelling Chakri early because it's such a huge threat all the time. Even in one draw, my favorite name for Chakri Avatar was What Can Go Wrong, and in 2 draw it's even much more prominent. This thing is not allowed to live.
Yeah, I think we had some discussion about whether we dispel the Lantern Fox or the Chakri, and we decided on the Chakri because like one Phoenix Fire is kind of annoying, but we don't have another answer for the Chakri in hand ready to go. So if Incognito has more spells, like that's just gonna snowball and win them the game.
I think once the Fox hits once, it's already served its purpose, so it's pretty useless to dispel it unless you expect Killing Edge or something like that.
Yeah. So I see the Ghost Links from Incognito. I think that card, at least in like aggressive decks, like the Songhai list he's playing, is absolutely busted.
I've heard a lot of debates on Ghost Links. My team in particular mostly thinks that Ghost Links is not that good. Kinda the sentiment shifted a bit against it with time. Yes, there's a lot of reasoning to discuss behind it, but I'm not sure how I treat the card besides my absolute grief of getting rid of the random old Ghost Links that used to teleport your minions. It was such a fun meme card. Yeah, right now it's just very effective, especially for early game, especially for decks that try to deal 16 damage on
Yeah.
6 mana.
Yeah.
So you always want more cards, more bodies.
Yeah. No, I've been mostly playing Songhai for Team Wars, so every deck I've run in the last, back half of the set has had 3 Ghost Links, and it always, to me, it just feels good to play. Like, you get your 2-drop out, you can test board a bit. It's nice against, like, Nat Select, for example, and you end up with, like, 5 cards in your hand all the time. And as an aggro deck, where I'm used to having, 2-3 cards in my hand and kind of just playing everything I can, it's so nice to have 5.
Yeah, I think it's very good with the Killing Edge too, because it's a 5/5, a very considerable stat line.
Yeah.
So, deciding to ignore the Scarab here.
I think it's very hard for Songhai to handle Scarab in a way they like. If you have a Kaido out already, I think you can like backstab it, and that doesn't feel too bad. But if you have to play actual damage to kill it, it feels pretty rough.
Yeah.
A lot of your damage instances come in 3s, like the Phoenix Fires and the Saberspine Seals. So
I think in Songhai, as soon as you start clearing 7 HP minions with the burst damage, you're falling behind very quickly.
Exactly. Poncho's also said I sound slightly quiet, which is not the first time that's come up. I'm just gonna try and move my mic closer to my mouth, and can you guys let me know if that helps at all? Is this any better than it was?
Maybe just a tiny bit for me.
Alright. Worth a go. But yeah, I think Songhai generally tends to like just juxtaposing the Scarab into the middle of nowhere and hoping for the best.
Yeah, preferably into the corner, where it can't reach anyone for another 2 turns.
Yeah. So, you can tell Incognito, I think, is having a pretty rough time here, and the fact that he was only able to juxtapose the Scarab, it's not in the corner, it walked up, it killed the Lantern Fox anyway, like, I think he feels very far behind.
Yeah, even though he has Chakri, he appears to be quite behind. The board state of Vitruvian looks very scary.
Yeah. It's the big 2-drop swarm coming down.
I feel Araki must be dealt with because top deck team is at 21. It's way too early to go all in, I believe.
And he does Phoenix Fire it, so Araki is out of there.
Going for Heaven Eclipse. I wonder if they were trying to fish for inner focus. Okay, they got another additional burst.
Yeah, I think you just have to hit as hard here as possible to make the Vitruvians start worrying about lethal. If you clear their board, they're just going to make another one, right? So
yeah, staying in one line with Chakra Avatar too, or Scarab hit, interesting. I've noticed a bunch of times in Incognito just going very all in with everything they have.
yeah, I think he just kind of has to, right? He's drawn a lot of burst in his hand with the double Phoenix Fire and the Spiral tag.
Yeah, and Vitruvian is just at 3 cards.
Yeah.
Even though there is a Shroud, which definitely helps a lot. There's a Scarab alive. I think it's still very scary without proper healing, and Vitruvian doesn't have good healing, so interesting match so far. I think if I was playing that much, looking only at one hand, no matter from each side, I would be a bit tense on any side, because on one hand there is a scary board, on the other side there is a scary hand. But now
I remember this. Yeah. Incognito ended up with a bunch of Phoenix Fires in hand, and I think we replaced into the Prophet. And we were all laughing and chat about it because it's like, oh, we were worried that we just died to some kind of like spell burst, and we hit the Prophet and we were like, oh, easy game.
That perfect top deck, that was crucial, absolutely crushing. Yeah, it was rude, I would say. It just play the whole hand and top deck a Prophet.
Yeah.
With Lady Luck having been played.
And
Yes, actually top deck Timmy.
yeah. And we felt really good about that one as well, because I think this is the first week we played after Harpu did a lot of the matchup stats. And at that point, I think Vitruvian was getting absolutely dumpstered by Songhai. I think they're still getting dumpstered by Songhai.
Vitruvian is super dumpstered by Songhai statistically in Teamworks, at least.
Yeah.
Yes, even though Vitruvian can absolutely counter it if made specifically for that.
Yeah. So I think there's still a lot of player-based sentiment about Vitruvian maybe still being good in that matchup, and that people just weren't playing it correctly or didn't have the right decks or something like that. I think Timmy said that this deck is meant to be favored against Songhai, for example. But it, we were pretty worried about Incognito on his Songhai just sweeping through us, and to get that out game one felt very good.
This specific deck, I think, yeah, it can be favored because it has Archons, it has Shrouds, 3, it has 3 Prophets, and it's a zoo with Lady Luck to provoke everyone, and it also has beefy minions. And to Zenrui. Zenrui can just single-handedly destroy Songhai at 5 mana, so yeah, I would agree that it's favored.
So they sent out Magmar next into us. I think this is a 55 card Magmar list, I think.
Yes, I actually took a screenshot this time, and it's a very interesting. It feels fatigue kind of deck, so it's very late game oriented with healing. It has 3 Earth Spheres, 3 Rejuvenators, 3 Zuraels, and all the possible removal.
Yeah.
Except for Eggmorph.
Yeah, no, these games are going to be a bit interesting, I think. I'm trying not to spoil anything, but I do. This deck definitely stands out in my memory. I'll say that much.
I think the main point behind choosing this specific deck was mostly having 3 Plasma Storms and probably 3 Metamorphoses too, because Plasma Storm just destroys zoo archetypes unless it's Phalanxar maybe. Other than that, it's a devastating card at 4 mana, because 3 by 3 is such a big area. It's very awkward to play around, and in most cases it's still good old Plasma Storm, but for 4 mana instead. So
yeah, I think in our comms right now, I think we were discussing whether or not we play 2/2 here, because I think the way that our team works is a lot of Timmy's like the Giga Brain player a lot of the time, and he thinks a lot about all the things that we could be playing around. And then he said something like, if they take a mana tile and play Plasma Storm, we just lose if we play 2/2 right now. And
That's
he's
a
kind
good
of right. You know,
contribution.
if he gets Plasma Stormed, I don't know how we come back from it. But thankfully, Zettel doesn't have it.
Yeah, not much you can do. In many cases, it's not worth playing around something that you lose to, because if you play around it, you still lose to many other plays.
Which is why we made the play anyway.
Oh,
I think
this
that's
flash
a lot of
dancing.
yeah.
Interesting.
So he did end up clearing us anyway, but he used a lot more resources to do it.
I wonder why the Mystic was left there, not covering the Kujata.
True? I didn't pick up on that.
It could have stepped 2 to the right and still hit
no.
the central minion, right?
It absolutely could have. Oh, there's... Vladim says, imagine your opponent has 55 cards and does this to you turn 2. It gets worse than this. You should stick around. It gets worse than this.
Looks high roller. I mean, you definitely clear Kujata with this, but next turn they would have Makantar if you don't. If you allow them to ramp and leave Kujata, right?
I think that ended up being a pretty straightforward play from Timmy. I don't think he had very many other options there.
Yeah.
Frankly, I'm not sure what we were doing in Cole talking about that for that long. I can't remember.
Yeah, there's pretty much only one play, because you can't play 0-7 on the mana tile to get instantly wiped for free.
Yeah.
Okay. For mana removal, I think Portal Guardian is worth it. So,
Yeah.
even if there was another play, I think that was to consider. Just removing it before it's a problem.
Decision here. Got 2 5-drops, and I think we're almost guaranteed playing one of them. Which one do you prefer? Because I think we spent quite a long time deciding on this, and I can't even remember which one we picked.
I would definitely go 2 to the right, replaced the Dreamgazer and played Scarab on the middle tile. Because if you want to use natural selection, you would have to trade your 4-attack minion into a 2-2 that you got for free, and then remove Scarab. I don't think Archon does that much. In long term, Scarab at this point, it just does more.
I think we do replace Dreamgazer. I think Timmy was a little bit worried about his health.
Oh, yeah.
Them not having burst, I think.
Yeah, this play is also possible. Just tanking the 4 damage and then doing the play. I think I would still have played Scarab there though.
Yeah, I think we ended up going with the Archon to be more threatening to face. Because we're now at 9 HP and we're a bit concerned about dying. Although we did rather
maybe Timmy was thinking of Metamorphosis, so that it would cost 6 and Vath would have to step on the mana tile to cast it to get rid of Archon, just to have some space to run away later. I'm not sure.
I think I'm not sure it would be worth playing around Metamorphosis there, because even if they play it, they shouldn't be able to clear this Scarab. So, like they turn everything into 1/1s, and then, like with the other line, you know, you let them turn everything into 1/1s, and then what?
Yeah, I think Scarab is a pretty safe play against Magmar. if it doesn't get removed easily by natural selection, and you're not already threatened so much. But yeah, right now 5 HP is not a lot.
Not a lot.
And miscalculators. Wait. Zezutel runs Blood Tier Alchemist, so Flesh Macantor Alchemist would be lethal.
Yeah. And the Vitruvian deck doesn't have any healing as well, so that's going to be a threat for the entire rest of the game.
So Varth can still freely stay in range of Dancing Blaze because of much higher health pool left.
Yeah. He is also running triple Elucidator and the combo, so he doesn't have. There's no amplification in this list, actually.
Yeah, no amplification.
It does have the triple Elucidator, triple Fractal, but no amp. So
Fractal is very interesting in that deck, especially running 55 cards. That's pretty peculiar. I remember playing Fractal Replication on Survived Macantor, which can also be just backbreaking.
yeah,
But I'm not sure about running triple. I don't think that running 55 cards is reliable to pull out the combo with Elucidator.
I think
And-
to me the fact that he doesn't have any amplifications implies to me that he isn't trying to run combo like the full combo as a to make this a big OTK deck.
But what
it
else
implies-
do you amplificate? What else do you replicate? I mean,
To me, it implies that he just thinks that Fractal Replication is a good enough card to run, and there's enough big targets here that he wants to copy them.
I think I would consider it in one draw because yes, it gives a lot of stats for its cost. But I think if I were to run 3 replications, I would be running 3 Archons or something like that.
Just to give yourself more big targets.
Not big targets, but targets that have effect while they are present on the
Right,
board.
Yeah.
If you replicate an Archon, you easily win against some matchups like Venner, for example.
Yeah. Or Songhai. Jeez,
Or
3-mana
Songhai.
position sounds rough.
Well, now top deck team A has managed to turtle very well. Interesting.
Yep.
And there are no good answers in Zezutel's hand. Metamorphosis would be interesting to get at some point, especially at 9 mana with 2 blood tears, if he doesn't get flesh with Spirit Harvester.
I'm just trying to think about what you do here. I assume you probably just drop Spirit Harvester and a ping, because otherwise you're going to fall so far behind on board that you can't do anything. It does feel a bit concerning, I think, to drop your Spirit Harvester like that.
I think I would consider going 2 to the right with Mystic, playing Spirit Harvester top down from it, and then diagonally a Shroud to dispel the Scarab.
And he's doing basically that, but he's moving more aggressively to keep the Mystic safe from attacks.
Yes, but what's the point of retaining Mystic if it gets hit by Harvester?
Yeah.
It just dies next turn, and
Yeah.
if top deck team it doesn't play anything major.
That is true. On the other hand, you're at 25 HP still, so maybe you're just not that concerned about taking some face damage for marginal upsides.
Okay, so now Mystic would clear the 5-1 Scarab if it just trades into Spirit Harvester. But
Yeah.
Timmy can use Blast to get rid of it if he wants.
I think the Syzygy is just an awkward play at the moment, though. Having Blast to clear the Harvester is nice, but it means it makes the rest of your mana pretty difficult, because if you're playing Lock, you want to play as many minions as you can with it. And if you're playing the Syzygy, then you end up playing double 2 and end up with 2 Locks in your hand, which I think feels pretty awkward for next turn.
Yeah, I think at 8 mana though, I think I would still play Lady Lock, then Mechanist, and then Syzygy. But I like this turn either way, still.
Yeah. And the Provokes do end up protecting the Scarab from the Mystic anyway, so...
What an interesting board state.
We definitely spent some time on that one, making sure that we were playing around Mecantor properly. There's definitely some positioning here that we could have done, which would have instantly lost the game.
Yeah, that turn could have been easily roped if many people just kept providing different suggestions.
Yeah. So I think the way we ended up running our calls, the first few weeks, there were a couple games that we roped and didn't get plays in, and just kind of like instantly lost a couple games here and there. And we ended up basically saying, up until the rope shows up, whoever's in the call, suggest your lines, talk about plays, yada yada, whatever. And then as soon as you see the rope, whoever's actually piloting, just start doing something. Doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter which line you're picking, just make a play. Make sure that we get something in before the time.
Yeah, do the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe it's a common practice among different teams to just discuss everything commonly until the rope timer appears, and then just leave it to the pilot.
Yeah, yeah.
So here there is a decent board advancement possible, but there's Harvester standing menacingly, threatening to clear everything.
Well, I think we're gonna give the Dancing Blade of Blast. Yeah, there it is. Make sure to remove that. At this point, I think we were feeling pretty good, because we've got a nice big board here. We've got several Provoke minions down to lock down the enemy general. There shouldn't be any Mecantor plays here, really. We're feeling pretty good about the amount of damage we have on board.
Yes, it does indeed feel very good. Clearing Harvester with Blast was deciding. Top deck Timmy is in top deck mode and at 5 HP, but the board state does just makes you not worry too much about that, because it's Zezitel who is in trouble now.
Yeah. That said, I think a lot of our forward pressure was on that 6 attack Dancing Blades to help threaten lethal, and it is now gone with the double Blood Tears. So now we're not threatening lethal, and we really are just top decking. We're also beginning to run a little bit low on Provoke minions. We had those 2 lock turns in a row to make sure that our general was safe and out of the way on 5 HP, but we're running out of Provoke minions, and we're a bit concerned that there's going to be like Mecantor +1 or something, and maybe lethal.
There was a very good play play around Makantor previous turn with the triple minion.
Yeah.
So now Zezatel's hand is very awkward. Dancing Blades can help with something, but not against Loka deck. Although with 2 cards.
I think Zezettel now, after removing that Dancing Blades, is feeling pretty good. With the Dancing Blades in hand, as long as you remove these minions, Timmy doesn't have very many cards in hand. You're probably feeling like you can get the board back here and just slowly wear him down.
Timmy doesn't feel in that good of a position right now because of running out of gas and losing the ability to develop real threats.
Yeah.
And Magmar is just an answer faction, so
And this
this here could
play is kind of just the all-in, right? Like we're playing everything we have. We're throwing everything, hoping to find lethal somehow.
yeah, there's not much else to do.
Yeah.
And that 5 attack Moongazer is big and scary.
Yep. And then that gets moved as well. And that's approximately the end of our threats.
Yeah, it gets answered in a decent way, and Zezetel heals for 8, which is very... It makes things complicated for Veteran now.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult, I think, to find the burst to close this game out with that 8 healing.
Yeah, there's 0 drawing in Veteran deck. Only first wishes to cycle, and that's it. Everything else is just Zoo, which falls apart when you can't play 3-4 cards a turn.
Yeah, exactly.
So this all just instantly loses to Makantor. 1 card that is present as a 3-off in every deck.
Yep, we did. We'd already played this far into the turn, and then someone mentioned Makantor, I think, and we all went, he doesn't have it, don't worry about it.
Makantor does not exist. It cannot
He
hurt it.
just doesn't have Makantor, it's fine. And I think they replace into it, actually. Kajata goes, yeah, there's the Makantor. And we basically just lose from that. That's kind of it.
Yeah, 55 cards in the deck means you draw them not too early, right? Just when you need them.
Apparently, it means you draw them at exactly the time that you need them, instead of inconsistently like we expected.
Yeah, and at this point, he can just replicate the Makantor. He can play huge 8-8 threat. He has 2 answer cards, and it just feels hopeless
Yeah, exactly.
for Vitruvian. I'm not even sure what top deck team's hope was. Maybe second CCG? Wait, did they play 1 or 2?
I believe we played 2 syzygies, because there was the one with the dancing blades to kill the Spirit Harvester, and then there was the one on the Prophet to kill the line.
Oh, right, right. So not even CCG to to finish Wath with Harkon 2 times in a row. And nice game.
I don't think
like
we early conceded any of our games for all of Team Wars. We played everything out just to make sure that if there was an out, that we had it. But yeah, I think there a couple turns at the end there, it was basically over.
What was your impression on their deck, since you only So like a third of it, no Zorels, not even Plasma Storm.
No, they did. They played at least one Plasma Storm to kill our Portal
Oh
Guardian.
yeah, right. Portal Guardian.
Our impression was it took us a second. I remember saying in chat that like they're like on turn 2 or something, like their deck has 46 cards left in it, and we did the math and we're like, plus the cards they've played, plus cards in hand, that means that they were playing a 55 card deck, and we're like, that means that we've got to be a little bit less stressed about playing on specific cards, because theoretically the consistency is lower and they're less likely to have the answers that they need. And then they just did all game. They had answers to all of our stuff for the entire time. And I guess, in hindsight, I think it might just be that they have a high enough... There's just enough removal cards in Magmar that even if they maybe don't have the right removal card at the right time, they always have a removal card at the right time.
Yeah, you only need one, right?
Oh, I remember Wanderer, Nick.
Unforgettable experience.
It was that second game against Timmy. It was just Timmy and I in chat for that one, and neither of us realized we missed lethal until we watched the VOD back.
What is very interesting to me in Zezatel's deck is that there are no cards worth 3 mana, and they're using 3 Elucidators instead of Vindicators. Interesting choice.
Yeah. I think that's... Like, Elucidator to me makes more sense if you already have Fractal in your deck, but if I was building a 55-card Magmar deck, I think I would default to having the Vindicators and then not having the Fractals to work that way. So it is
Yeah, I think maybe just one Fractal for occasional Silver Elder or Macantor.
Yeah.
Maybe Harvester, sometimes it really saves your day. Okay.
So we ended up counter-picking to Songhai here, which I am not sure that I agree with in hindsight. With the Plasma Storm buff and the fact that, everyone is playing it now, well, I mean, maybe not everyone, but it's seeing much more play than it maybe did in the past. I think it feels a lot harder to stick the Songhai minions. And the fact that they're also running a 55-card deck, and we saw Earthen Sphere, means that it might be a bit difficult to burst them down in a way that it wouldn't, or it hasn't been difficult to burst down Magmar in the past, because often if you're running a 40-card list, the Earthen Spheres and the Plasma Stormers wouldn't make it in.
I think Earth Sphere is very slow against Songhai, and you just never have time to play it, actually.
That could also be true. I think in situations where you've already stabilized and Songhai is trying to just look for that lethal, I think it's often good. But yeah, if you're behind on tempo, then I agree. You never get to play it.
I think it's pretty mediocre in 2-draw. It's good in 1-draw at pretty much any point when you heal at least 6 health with it, but in 2-draw it only becomes good in the late game at 7 mana and above, in my opinion. And it's a challenge on its own to survive till 8 mana against Songhai.
Yeah. I will note though, for the last couple of weeks, I haven't been playing the kind of standard spell high list. I've been playing the... I mean, it's an updated version of a list that Icy played the first few weeks. It's a bit more minion focused. I started that thought and I was going somewhere and I lost my train of thought. I can't remember what I was going to say.
Well, I didn't even take a screenshot of the Songhai deck.
I
lost
mean,
in
I
this.
can tell you what's in it because it's my list, but it's the main difference from like a standard spell high list is that it's cut the Phoenix Fires and the Blood Rage Mosques, and puts in like Killing Edge and Mist Dragon Seal.
Summoning Elucidator with Kujata on board that still dies on trade is painful. Just
Yeah,
additional 2 damage to your general for free.
yeah.
I was very curious where the Elucidator would go into the 6-5 or 3-4, but then I realized it only had 3 HP. So
May as well take out the bigger one.
yeah, because of Kujata, it left no choice but to trade into the bigger one.
Yeah.
Well, you are on 3 cards here, but you can play them all to clear something. I wonder what's the decision here.
I think in that position, like, because I'm only on 3 cards, if I play everything, and get, you know, Plasma Stormed, for example, that's it. The game's over. I'm never recovering from there. He's just not low enough on HP. So
Yeah.
I toss
I
the
don't
Focus,
think,
looking for card draw, basically. I'm looking for like Heaven's Eclipse or Ghost Lynxes here, ideally. Maybe Lantern Foxes, something like that. The Mana Vortex is not awful, because now at least when we play the hand, we're going to get 3 cards back next turn instead of 2, but...
How much do you hate casting Mana Vortex without any procs on Chakri or 4 Winds or Blood Rage Mask?
I don't mind it.
Just as a replace.
Yeah, I consider it, yeah, just to replace. I very rarely will keep it in my hand, because, like, there's some synergy with, you know, if I have Heaven's Eclipse, I'll keep it. If I have a 4 Winds, maybe I'll keep it. But you're an aggro deck as Songhai, right? Which means you need to be doing as much as you can every turn in the early game, and it's not worth delaying your strategy, I guess, to try and get value out of a 0 mana card.
Yeah, it feels very greedy to keep it,
Yeah.
since it just draws you for free. So now you restored your hand size and got a drawing card, but got your whole board answered in 1 turn.
Yeah. Yep. that's about the sum of it. This is the point. I think I was still feeling okay here because, you know, we have cards in hand and we have the Heaven's Eclipse to refill, but the fact that it's 6 mana and I've stuck 0 minions and only dealt 4 face damage, and even then, that 4 face damage has actually come from Magmar doing it to themselves.
Right.
Starting to feel the pressure here, definitely.
It's like they are playing against 3 Elucidator combo, staying at 25 HP, you know. Magmar just refuses to take any damage. So, replacing Saberspine Seal, what were you fishing for? Another Chakri to cast Heaven's Eclipse or anything else?
At this point, we're just trying to build threats. Because the deck doesn't have Blood Rage Mask and it doesn't have Phoenix Fires, it doesn't have quite the same out-of-hand burst as like the standard spell high list, and it requires you to... I think the damage cap is higher, but it requires you to have minions on board first to you know, play your Killing Edges and play your Mist Dragon Seals and such to get that damage out. So the replace Saberspine Seal there is because there's no minion that I want to kill with it. At 21 HP, it's not worth just trying to go face. They're not close enough to dead to make that worth it. We're looking for Chakris, we're looking for Lantern Foxes, we're looking for 4 Winds, we're looking to play some kind of minion that will stick and be a consistent threat.
I think that Lantern Fox not being placed next to the Cylinder just telegraphs that you have either Jaxta or MDS. You could have placed it to the right of the lizard.
I do kind of agree with that. On the other hand, I found when we're playing against Songhai, we always assume that they have Jux anyway. So I don't think it's I don't actually think it's that much to give away that maybe we have some repositioning.
I love this Kujata value that's growing right now. 6 mana Elder without flesh.
Yeah.
Pretty scary. And he's at 21. You've got 5 cards, but it's just not enough.
Yeah. And there's no clean way of answering that, so I think at this point we went, alright, we just have to go face with everything we can find here. There's no other play really.
Yeah, if you had Jax over MDS, you could have used it on the egg for the Lantern Fox, but with MDS it just makes no sense to clear the egg.
Yeah, I think that's fighting a losing battle in that if you clear the egg here, you're delaying more 8/8s, but they're still going to make more 8/8s, and they're still going to win the game eventually.
Although this taskbar, I think using taskbar to clear the egg is a consideration, because at this point you probably realize that this game is taking longer than you would like to, and eventually they can turtle with elders, because they are likely to survive until they have like 4 elders.
I think we're trying to just make sure they don't survive to that point. You can see we're developing the threats, right? We're playing the Shockery, we're playing the 4 Winds, and the idea behind this is we want to, MDS our Shockery in and hit face and inner focus it and hit Tuskboar face, and if that's not enough, then throw down a second 4 Winds, play Heaven's Eclipse, and just kill them before they can really leverage those 8/8s.
I like how everything is backline so hard.
Yeah. It had to be, actually. I was looking at this, I was worried about them playing, like, 1-drop plus Macantor or something.
Yeah, it was actually very possible, like 2-drop and Macantor becomes 7 mana.
Yeah, and the only way to like play around that and not get everything killed was to play all the way in the corner. And this turn, I think they're now close enough that they can do it basically no matter where we play anything. Which is just awkward. Just feels like there's not a whole lot to be done here,
Yeah, it feels like a turn after the opponent played Keshrai Fenblade and you got 4 spells, you have to skip it or play something very inefficient. Because you have no support for your spells at the board. You have to wait for a turn, which can be crucial.
And the meta is really awkward for us here as well, because there's like we've got that 1/1 in the corner as the Shockery. And ideally we'd play a bunch of spells here, but now we're missing the buffs if we do that.
I feel like Metamorphosis plus Bloodier Alchemist is pretty underused. I would expect to see it much more often. Not at the level of Knight or Assassin, but still more often than it happens. Proceeding going face.
Yeah, that's kind of just the desperation play. That's us going.
At this point, it's the only option. He already has 2 elders.
Yeah. We kind of just have to try and set up lethal if we can, and hope for the best. Yes, in hindsight, moving the 1/1 forward was a mistake, because I consistently forget that to think about hand size with Tuskboar and Lantern Fox. And Didn't think about it here.
Oh man,
I think there were
10
a
mana
lot of,
plays.
there were a lot of Team Wars games where I feel like I played fairly well for quite a long time, and then just played like one turn that was absolutely awful and instantly lost.
Yeah,
And that's going to happen right here as well. I think the game's really rough at this point. I don't think there's a whole lot we can do, but I think there's a turn coming up pretty soon where I just kind of fuck everything
Yeah.
up and throw any chance we had as well, which is
I think
what
I think you still had some chances if you had cleared the egg with Duskboar, the very first Elder Egg. But right now, here on Earth Spheres, you have no board, and
the way I see it. None of these elders have actually done anything yet.
Oh,
Because we've just kind of moved our general away and moved our minions away from them, and the
I think
most
that's what
effective
they do
is-
actually. They make you backline everything, even though you are not running 10 position manipulation spells.
I think the reason we backlined everything was because we were worried about Mecantor +1, and that really only matters. Like the most forward minion position is the one that matters, and that's the Silithar that we couldn't have gotten rid of. Yes, so I'm not trying to say that the elders have done literally nothing. Obviously, their positional threat is concerning, but I think that the most important elder here has been the one in front, and it's not close. I think that the ones that it's summoned haven't contributed to the game anywhere near as much.
Okay, we see 18 points of healing in Magmar's hand, and we can just forsake this match. I believe it's just so over at this point.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot the turn of 10 mana worth play with 8 mana with this Kujata, Macantor War Beast and Rejuvenator, and Macantor survived as well, which was incredible.
Yeah.
Earth Sphere were just 5 health, basically old elixir for 4 mana against Songhai, just to flex.
Yeah. Well, this one felt really rough to play as it happened. It felt like basically no matter what I did, they just kind of had the answers ready to go. And I just never got ahead and never really had that lethal threat that you want to play with on Songhai.
I wonder if those are turns of despair, or you're just trying to stall the game to see more of their cards.
It's a bit of both. It's a bit of copium on like, maybe if we actually stick this minion, then we can deal a bunch of face damage, and maybe they'll actually die, which doesn't happen. And some of it's we stay in the game as long as possible so that we know what's in their deck most afterwards.
I know some people who like running triple spiral technique. That would be funny to see, just triple spiral.
I actually, Harpu said in the chat, 55 card Magmar deck beating Songhai, what? I think that because they have 55 cards, they have more of the cards that are good into the Songhai matchup than standard 40 card decks.
Yeah, they kinda decided to allow themselves to have deck against Songhai as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not just run all the healing and all the removals? Exactly two things that Songhai struggles with.
This Kezel says, I looked away and when there was only one elder, what happened? Yeah.
There was no even fractal replication. It's just one lizard that was
Yep.
left alone.
Yeah, it's just one lizard. So
I think I agree with Nick Larn here that the game started feeling awkward very early, and then it just snowballed into towering imminent loss.
Yeah, I agree. I think in hindsight, having seen this, I think it's a lot easier for me to say like should have gone face a lot earlier and a lot harder. But it's one of those things where I backlined the Killing Edge Joffrey because I thought it would be hard to deal with, and then he just kind of dealt with it anyway.
It's interesting that Magmar still won after losing turn 1 Kujata. Usually, due to the specific of the decks that run Kujata, it means a loss in vast majority of cases, but they just played another one, and it did so much in this match.
Yeah.
It allowed playing Elder on 6 mana, it allowed some other fancy turns
Yeah.
of very high mana.
So that's the song Out, which I was not very happy with. And that was our standard counter pick as well. So we really had to think about which deck we wanted to play next.
Yeah, you just lost one of the strongest decks in the game, and you're basically counter to Magmar. I wonder how much it took you to decide on the next deck.
It took a bit. It did take a bit. So we ended up going with Abyssian, but it was a hard decision to make because our usually Sinbred plays Abyssian, and I don't think he was in the call at this point. So we made the call to play it anyway, and I ended up taking it. But yeah, at this point we'd also seen the Elucidator and the Fractals, so we thought that they were running the full amplification OTK. And that meant that we didn't want to run any of our really slow decks. We don't want to play Lion Archivist, for example, because we think we're just going to get OTK'd.
Yeah, it's a mixed deck. It's hard to take against because they can play slowly, but then they can just have 15 out of hand damage burst.
Yeah.
If you let them look at their hand for too long, it just ends like that.
This is always when Healing Mystic heals enemy general. Gotta do it. Display not to.
Yeah, it's a tradition. It's an 8-year-old tradition. You have to. How much debates did it take to actually bring the Juggernaut?
Not a whole lot actually. The way we kind of set up our team is most people had a faction that they were kind of in charge of. And we did swap around a little bit here and there, but like I said, Sinbred was our standard Abyssian player, and he dropped a list that had Abyssal in it, and he was like, "It's a good card," and we went, "Okay." He says it's a good card. It's a good card. We're playing Abyssal Juggernaut. So we made a change to the deck for this match because this is week 8, and in 7 previous weeks we had not played any Grasp of Agony. Maybe it was the week before. It was the week before we made this change. In 6 or 7 weeks, we'd never played any Grasp of Agony, and we put in 2 to see if someone would notice that and like we could surprise them.
And to think, oh, they never played it. Oh, 3 mana Elder.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, do you remember earlier when Bladum said, imagine playing a 55 card Magmar deck and they do this to you on turn 2?
Yeah.
And I said,
reminds me good old Chimera decks back in the days. Chimera or do you remember Magmar Juggernaut from Duelyst? Like turn 1 triple flash Juggernaut. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah. So there's double flash Elder, as expected. And at this point, I believe in chat, in call, we were like, well, GG, go next. Like, we're gonna play it out, because, you know, that's how we do, but we thought that this was already over.
Fun and interactive, yes. Yeah, this is one of those moments when you just look at the table for 20 seconds and someone asks, so what are we bringing next against this?
Yeah, exactly. And I was already a little bit tilted from the Songhai game because, you know, I just spent quite a, in Songhai terms, quite a long game, never being able to get anything done. And to see this turn 2 was pretty... I was not happy. I'll say that much. I was not happy.
In Duelyst, to me, it feels like there is nothing fair. Everything is so unfair. It just happens on both sides all the time.
No, I agree entirely. I play into Song. I was playing a lot of Magmar when the game first dropped, and I play the Songhai, and I'm like, damn, all their stuff is broken. I guess I have to play Songhai. And I played Songhai, and I play into Magmar, and I'm like, damn, all their stuff is broken. I guess I have to play Magmar.
Yeah, everything is broken. And it's just the meta and how things go.
So I do want to talk about that turn a little bit because we spent some time thinking about it, and we basically went, our only shot of really accomplishing anything this game is to accelerate out our big 7 drops as quickly as possible. So we dropped our Juggernaut to, you know, you got to develop tempo somehow. And we left the orbs up just in case we could draw into a Shadow Nova or a Revenant or something like that, and actually, you know, have a reasonable play. Or a high pressure play, I guess, on this turn, and actually try and get something done. And then we drew into Revenant, so it paid off.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, although they can just play Elucidator on mana tile now, and they most likely will because there is nothing else to do. No? Mystic. Interesting. Wow, that's very surprising to me.
Yeah, in hindsight, I find that very surprising as well. Obviously, you know, we had no way of knowing that they had Elucidator in hand, but it looked to us like they just had a bunch of answers that they didn't feel like using. You know, maybe there was some Nat Selects or some Dancing Blades or something like that felt awkward to use this turn.
Yeah, I mean, you, as Zizatel, you are very, like, late game oriented deck. And you are facing Abyssal, and you know that they usually run 6 very powerful late game cards, and then you just let them play 1 at 5 mana.
Yeah.
If it was a Nova, it could go very wrong. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Yeah. Yep, we were placed into Nova. And at this point, we got a little bit excited again. Because you Nova the corner, and then actually you're starting to deal with the Elders.
it doesn't feel immediately lost anymore.
Yeah.
You deal 5 phase damage, you clear 2 significant threats.
The other thing that I thought was interesting is like that wasn't. You could have moved the Elder 2 down, for example, and somewhat played around that. But the positioning of the Elders was incredibly defensive. All game, really. You know, you get the Elder out really early, but then you backline them and then just hope that they summon a bunch more 8/8s. And they're all on top of each other, and now you're getting punished.
Yeah, and they can't even play Fractal Replication now, because it's just too early, because they left you not 1 but 2 many tiles.
Yeah.
If they had one more turn, they just would feel... They would just replicate the remaining lizard and feel pretty good again. Right now, I think it's still winnable on both sides.
Yeah. We felt a lot better about how it was going after that no place.
I believe you want to hard replace into more Nova every turn now.
I think so. I don't remember what we end up doing here, actually. I think we might have lured the Elder back onto the creep, maybe? We were definitely discussing, like, you know, do we develop a threat here? Do we play some answers?
If you had Grasp of Agony now, you could have answered all the Elders, or at least 2 of them, right?
I believe so, yeah.
With Assassin, Lure, and Grasp, I think it would be a very good answer.
Yeah,
Not
so we ended up
playing
replacing into the next Shadow Nova, and I think that made the turn easier because now you just make the decision to clear as much as you can, and you have the pressure to try and finish the game off with Nova off the way.
Not clearing the egg with no... Oh, Void Pulse, right. I forgot about that. Yes, still a very good answer. And now that Lizard doesn't feel that powerful,
Yeah.
and he can't clear the Nitro with Phase Mip, not to step on the tile.
Yeah. And there's nowhere you can put this Elder where it's going to summon an Elder next turn. Because if you move it forward, it's just going to summon the egg on the creep.
Yeah, just no more eggs from this specific lizard. You can spawn 2 more, but the positioning makes it very awkward either way. And you've got another Nova in hand.
And we see a bunch more lizards come down, but they're still all backline. So we're not happy about seeing them, but we're not that worried about them either.
Yeah, it feels like you can just go face with the Revenant and not care. Because you've got Nova for next turns.
Yeah, which I believe is what we end up doing here, particularly with the replacing into other Revenant. I think we're just discussing which order we wanted to go, because we knew we wanted to play Nova plus Revenant in the next 2 turns, but it's a matter of which one do you do first.
Yeah, I think you don't go face here with your general, because to play around Macantor clearing the 6/4 Revenant and just play around Macantor and leave it to the face. Because
No, I think
more...
I think the play is to go face, because if you go Revenant plus hit, that's 8 damage, you set them to 9, and then Shadow Nova is lethal next turn.
Oh, right, okay. Makes sense. And they still have to answer the Revenant and heal at the same time, so...
Yeah, exactly.
That's true. So now it's 7 mana. The turn when where you're supposed to play your first 7 mana card, but in fact you already have played a Shadow Nova that did a bunch of work. A lot of work.
And we can see,
Enough.
those elders just aren't coming into play.
Yeah, they did nothing. 3 mana elder and just so much of wasted potential.
Yeah. I think, I can see why they played that defensive. I think, the idea is that if you just summon enough 8/8s, eventually you'll win the game. But I think with how this ended up going, it definitely looks like they should have played more aggressive with the 8/8s and put some pressure on rather than pushing the big in late game.
I think if you make sure that one egg of the elder survives, it's enough. You have to start pressuring them.
Yeah. And then we get the double, which after that turn 2, I gotta say we weren't expecting it. It felt really good to clutch that one up.
And good match. So it shows spectacularly how much decision making impacts the outcome.
Yeah.
And it was not tactical, it was strategical. Just, do we play it defensively and keep it defensively, or do we threaten with it, and when do we start threatening?
Yeah.
So
putting Elucidator was definitely a big mistake, and in hindsight, with seeing their deck and their hand at that point, I agree. I think letting us get that first Nova off on 5 with the 2 mana crystals, I think made a huge difference that game.
Harpu, could we see the decks for another 5 seconds, please? I kinda skipped that part.
This is Aggro Abyssian by Decoy. Very
Alright, because okay, thank you.
Okay, no, it's not aggro, according to Decoy in chat. It looks like aggro. It's got 3 times Flameblood Warlock, for example, and Dark Pulse.
43 cards.
Sorry, Dark Seeds, rather.
So it's a greedy kind of deck. Like, I'm running 43 cards and I'm just going to burn you down with everything I've got and draw.
Yeah. I think their plan here is to just not let us get to our 7 drops, basically, I think. It felt weird for them to try to play creep into our creep. It seems like they should have had a better answer than that. So I think we were pretty confident that playing some kind of aggro-ish Abyssian.
2 Araki Headhunters instead of 3, and I'm very curious to see if Mana Forgers do anything, because it looks like a pretty unique inclusion. A card that is in vast majority of cases played very defensively and never starts attacking unless it's an Arcanist deck and you just grow your Mana Forger to 30 HP. And here it's played in a burn deck.
I think with Rite of the Undervault, you're more willing to play some like foster cards like that, I guess. And just assume that you'll hit your big draw card and refill your hand.
I think Mana Forgers are a good late game for that format because you can, if you keep your hand full, you can play Mana Forger and 3 spells, and it's worth it and still gives you a body for your needs.
Yeah.
There is no reflection, but yeah, still you can play Mana Forger and 2 Dark Seeds, and Mana Forger will be basically free.
Basically free, yeah. It only
And
costs
you
you the
can play free Agony too.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading about Decoy saying they cut Shadow Nova because they were playing on mobile. That's very funny.
Yeah, I can see why that's happening. Our player's son had his mouse broken and he had to use his graphics tablet, and he actually missed one Nova when playing because it slipped.
Oh no. Oh, you hate to see it.
It was funny, yes. So here, Decoy just decides to draw more cards, apparently, because there was no other option.
I think both players' starting hands were a bit awkward. Decoy hasn't hit much of the very aggressive 2-drops like they might have wanted, and I ended up drawing a bunch of, I guess, like removal and healing, and there wasn't anything that we were super worried about removing, and we haven't taken enough damage to heal yet, so it's just kind of the wrong card showing up at the wrong times.
Yeah, so you never want to play Bloodtear Alchemist against Ambition on turn 1, and then you had to use your lure to get rid of 1/3 body, which just feels so bad to me.
Yeah. I agree. It feels bad to do it, but on the other hand, if we don't do it, then we're just not playing anything, and we're
Right.
like we were pretty confident from the outset that this was going to be a fast deck, and we didn't want to just float like 3 or 4 mana and not do anything.
In 2-draw, you are very forced to spend cards.
Yeah, exactly.
Because otherwise you just won't have enough mana to play them later anyway. And you've got another lure in hand, so this is another kinda awkward turn. Although I guess 1 Rejuvenator feels fine, but I would be worried about the following turns. I would want more threats, definitely. And not 7 mana card. You have this. You have a play for this turn, but
I would have really liked to see like an Abyssal Juggernaut there, or
yeah,
do we have dancing?
that would be perfect.
Do we have dancing blades?
I feel like Juggernaut could be a 3/5.
Yeah, we have 2 dancing blades, so I would have liked to see like a dancing blades there, something like that, to have a solid play next turn. And we got nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we're gonna play that Rejuvenator. I think we're just discussing whether or not we should be hitting face here.
I mean, why not?
I don't remember why not. I think we didn't think that the 2 damage would be particularly impactful in the long run to their general, and I think we wanted to stay out of range of maybe some like Mystic plus Dark Reflection, something like that. I think it's pretty marginal either way.
Okay, the fear of reflection makes sense, yes. I was thinking maybe you were considering like the Spectral Blade to clear your 4/4, although you could have played
That
around
made
it.
inspiration as well. Keeping the 4/4 Cure of Spectral.
I wonder which play we're going to see from Decoy here. It can be just Dark Seed, but it doesn't develop anything. And you're at full health. And you just showed that you're running Rejuvenators.
On the other, we have shown that we're running Rejuvenators, but we've also played one for very little health, so maybe you're more inclined to start using your burst afterwards, because we have less left on our deck. But they do go for the grass play here.
Yeah, I think it's the most effective play, especially considering that you have Rite of the Underworld in your hand. You want to... Here you develop a body, you clear the...
Just looking at that again, did they do that the wrong way around? Could they have grasped the other thing and killed it the other way? Maybe not.
No, it was 2-1, it couldn't be grasped.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it could have been, but not dealing the face damage.
Yes, and you couldn't kill the 2-1 with face, so yeah, it didn't work the other way. Yeah, okay.
I think I would do the same what Decoy did. Not sure about playing Bloodtear defensively. Probably not.
I think it does work out for them here, though, because I think, this turn looks a lot nicer if we can develop a Spectral Blade and hit something, but everything's out of range.
Yeah, it just
We have,
feels...
no threats, right? No Juggernaut, no Rocky, no Dancing Blades, no anything, really.
This turn that replaced Rejuvenator would be at least a body.
Yeah.
You cast Void Pulse most likely anyway, but now you're just using 2/2.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we just threw our mana down to not lose tempo, basically. Even though our cards didn't really do very much there.
Sometimes you just don't get cards you need, because imagine playing instead of 3 cards, playing just Dancing Blades.
Yeah. There is obviously a lot of skill in Duelyst. There's a lot of positioning importance. We saw that last game with the Magmar, where they got very far ahead, and then there was a bunch of strategy and tactics that happened, and they ended up not winning it out. But sometimes RNG happens, and you don't draw cards. maybe that's a deck building issue, and maybe it's just the game screwing you. So.
Right. Sometimes the game doesn't allow you to play. I remember having a Kalios deck that had like 8 spells, and I skipped the first 3 turns, always having 5 spells in my hand, in Wanderer.
That's rough.
Yeah, only buffs and just nothing to play ever for 3 turns.
Yeah.
Feels unfair.
It happens. That's the fun of playing card games, right? There's no 100-0 matchups. They're all winnable if the other guy misses everything, right?
So Decoy is spreading out here. I assume playing around Grasp of Agony.
Yeah. I believe we ended up going for it here anyway because we have the lure to set it up for ourselves, but maybe we did. Maybe we replaced and looked for something higher tempo.
You can, but you have to spend lure this way. I would consider...
I think we might have just saved the grasp and cleared everything with what we have on board.
I think I would just replace the Night Sour because it doesn't do anything against Burn deck. And you can't play it as a tempo 3/3 anymore. It just gets cleared instantly.
Yeah. Okay, we ended up tossing the grasp. because I think we made the decision that we weren't going to spend it this turn, and if we wanted to clear, we'd do it with what we had on board.
Interesting.
And also, once they've played around Grasp once, I guess it kind of implies that they're going to continue playing around Grasp, and it's going to be harder to find one.
I disagree with tossing out your only play this turn.
Oh, we paused? That's interesting. I didn't remember that turn.
See what I mean? You just replaced Grasp and that rendered you not playing anything at all.
Yeah, that's an interesting turn from us. I don't know how I feel about that in hindsight.
I feel bad about that.
Yeah.
Oh, and Dark Seed drops.
That's 6 damage.
That's rough, yeah.
Yeah.
That keep cost you a lot.
Yeah. And now this turn's really awkward as well, because like you want to Void Pulse the 3-1, ideally, but then what do you do with the rest of your turn?
Yeah, you always feel like you need a bit more mana or a bit more cards or just some bodies to play, and your draw in this game is pretty miserable.
Yeah.
And I still hate seeing that Night Arrow in your hand. It just doesn't do anything still.
Yeah.
Replacing Nova, interesting. Pretty much the only turn where you could play it, I think. Because nothing reaches you next turn.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't. Now that I'm looking at this game again, I feel like maybe we should have played that Nova as well.
Yeah, maybe you had some discussions misleading you.
There was definitely a lot of talk about different lines here because a lot of our options play into or around a bunch of other options, I guess. So I know we were discussing quite a lot. I just. Yeah.
Oh,
Again, I think Nova might have been better than that play that we made.
this turn it doesn't do much. Just two pathetic bodies.
Yeah. And like they're gonna have damage. It's just delaying, but they're gonna have damage eventually. They're an aggro deck. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, at least they don't have a grasp right now, but still they can replace and trade.
Yeah.
Triple NSA on their side, it feels awkward too, because you've never developed anything big enough.
And now we're in the corner, and we're kind of low on HP, and I think it's going to be quite difficult to ever develop our like big drops now.
Yeah, at this point you don't want to see Nova even, because there was one opportunity to play it. Maybe there is another last chance now, but you don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Let's see how he plays. It's probably above the Mystic, right? Oh.
He just hard boxes us in. And now we kept the Revenant, and now that feels not great, because you have to take 4 face to even play it.
Yes, and you still leave a body. But you only have 2 options here: to heal twice and mitigate those 2 temper Night Sorrows, or just play a Revenant and die.
I think we ended up double healing here because we were worried about like Darkseed lethal and stuff like that. Because they have shown one at this point. We took 6 face from it earlier. So if our hand's big and if we don't heal, then we're just kind of dead. You're going down to, even if we played the Revenant and cleared the other NSA, we'd be going down to 9 with 5 on board, and then we'd have sorry, going down to 9 with 4 on board, we have 5 cards on board to would finish us off. So, yeah, double rejuve.
Dark Seed is such a pressurizing card when you know they run it. So you always have to play more cards, even if you are low.
Yep. And I mean, yeah, they drew under Revenant here as well, so I think we're just going to die. That's most of our healing gone. We've played all 3 rejuves. We've played a couple Void Pulses here and there. We're already down a Spectral Blade, and that's not even really going to net heal. That's just going to like mitigate clearing board. I think we've even played like a Mystic or 2 already. Once the face damage starts coming in here, I don't think there's really anything we can do to stop it.
Trading. Interesting. So he's going to go face with the Revenant. I was thinking of that Nice Arrow goes face and then Grasp and Revenant kills the middle Rejuvenator. I guess it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, I think that would have worked as well, but at this point, you know, you're so far ahead, and you've already seen the double rejuves, so you're probably feeling pretty confident regardless of what your play is. I was still coping a bit here. I thought that we could actually the positioning on this turn was really awkward because I wanted to put the Juggernaut in the middle of my minions to play around Grasp a bit, but there's no way to do that and clear the Revenant and box their General in, so we ended up having to play into Grasp here, I think.
Wait, there is. You just play Juggernaut below the Revenant, Night Arrow to the right of it, and Mystic above it, and you go to down and make a box, no?
I think we wanted to get our General out of hit range of their General.
Yes, but
We could block the minions, but we couldn't trap their General. We wanted to...
Oh, you wanted both to run away and trap them. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. And then... oh, they were placed into... God damn it. We were talking... after we'd made that play, we were like, you know, we're dead to Revenant, and that's... We're not very happy about that, but... and then they ended up having it, you know, so we died. And I'm kind of upset that they didn't have it in hand and were placed into it, but, you know, that's the game.
Yeah, your positioning didn't matter much.
No, did not end up mattering very much.
Poor Juggernaut, they gain no respect in this tournament at all. They are either constantly replaced or do nothing, or just get face tanked and deal 1 creep damage. That's it.
It did end up, in the game we won against the Magmar, I think it ended up being reasonably good, because it did its job as a 4/4 body and also summoned a creep, which is pretty nice, and we got some face damage off that creep, which ended up mattering, so... There's at least one game where it did something and mattered. But anyway, so because they're on a kind of aggressive list with a bunch of face damage, we ended up counterpicking our heal IO. Traditionally, we've been holding this deck to stop Songhai, because if you don't have a Songhai counter, a lot of the time they just kind of go in and sweep. But
Right.
Incognito already lost on Songhai on game 1, so we got to burn this on different aggro list this game. It was nice to have that list ready, you know.
Why not play the faction that is considered as the most versatile, having everything, right?
Yeah. And I think our other decks probably weren't that good into aggro, so this is our like main answer. I was a little bit worried when we were submitting decks that, you know, if we only have one aggro answer deck, and they play 2 aggro decks, and they, you know, let's say we counterpick the first one, and then they counterpick our Heal IO deck and take that out, and then they play another aggressive deck later, and we don't have an answer, like, what do we do? And that could have actually happened this game, but, you know, like I said, the Songhai got taken out early, so we ended up not having to worry about it.
As far as I remember, judging by the stats Harpu has led, Abyssion is pretty much a hard counter for Lionar in this tournament.
I don't think it was ever that bad. I think currently they're sitting at about even. I think Abyssian might be like 1 game up, something like that. And when the stats were at like mid-season, I think Abyssian was about 3 games up. But even then, I think that most of that sample size is probably going to be coming from Creep Abyss or like more control Abyssian lists. I think like a Heal INR against an aggro Abyssian list is probably a lot more favored than maybe other Abyssian builds.
Mana Forger, interesting. I think the sentiment is that Creep Abyssian beats Laia well, but I think if you run at least 2 Zeers, you have very good chances to beat Creep. Because Zeer is pretty good against it if you can manage to let it live.
Yeah, I think against like the standard Heal IO builds, Creep might be the best option, but it's definitely not unwinnable for Laia. And then if they put in enough healing to just kind of outlast your Novas, then they still have a pretty good chance as well. I think it's just kind of really hard to find something that consistently beats Lionar at the moment. I know, you know, Bladham's talked a lot about the fact that the conventional wisdom is that Vanar beats Lionar, and the stats don't back that up at all.
Yeah.
I think Lionar's like 17-10 up against Vanar over Roll of Team Wars, that implies the exact opposite, right? That implies that Lionar is actually very good against Vanar.
Yeah. Just few people run heavy Vanar these days, because you are kinda, in a way, forced to run Jax Cheese just to win easily against some factions that can't answer Jax well. And then again, because all the Vanars are running triple Jax or double Jax, Tempest is an auto-include, so that just makes it this way.
And now you have to run, you know, Jax plus Prophet, and then even if you're running Jax plus Prophet, you can still get messed up by the Decimate tech.
Yeah.
It's just kind of hard to find a deck that, you know, consistently feels good against Lionar.
Turns out people don't like losing to 1 card, so people you take around Jax in at least a couple decks.
Yeah.
I think Jax is the sole reason people ever run Breath of the Unborn as well.
Yes, I used to be running Breath of the Unborn in my own creep list a while back, and I cut it because, firstly, it only felt good into Jax, and secondly, if they play Prophet Jax, it doesn't even work.
Yeah, 4 mana Tempest, right?
That sucks. Yeah, it is. It's 4 mana Tempest, and you you don't want that. That's bad.
Doesn't even hit face. So Decoy doesn't have a good play here. Just putting 3-1 and deciding not to use Lure on the Windblade to clear it as a 2-2. Probably keeping Lure for Grasp next turns, because Grasp is very strong against Lionar.
Yeah. I guess there might also be some argument that you can maybe keep lures in case Lionar plays like Silverguard Knight. 'Cause that could just lock you out of the game. Like SGK plus 2-drop here with a mana tile would be pretty crushing, I think. But we don't have it, so.
So you can't hit phase for 4 with Windblade here.
No.
And hitting 4-2 is a pretty poor option, so Roken decides to just develop the board further.
And I think we're okay with taking a slow turn there because, based on the last game, we're pretty confident we're playing against a fast deck. It's got Darkseed, it's got Flameblood Warlocks, it's trying to, deal face damage and kill us. And it's behind on board, and it's behind on board by quite a lot on only turn 2. We're not particularly scared about dying at this point, so we float 2 mana and we just play some 4/3s and make sure that we can kill anything that they play next turn, and it feels pretty good.
Windblade Adept is such a menacing card on empty board.
It's so good. It's so
8 phase damage for 2 mana.
It's just so big for that point in the game, yeah. What are you thinking here for decoying? Do you like lure plays, or do you like trying to do like an Iraqi plus NSA?
I don't even know, because they can clear it with an immolation play or just martyrdom, and you have to take phase damage, but you have no really good options. And luring 2 mana minions is not the best solution as well. Oh, here's the grasp. A bit too late.
Yeah. And we do have that holy ammo in hand, so I'm pretty sure that's what we do, is just run in and place a 2-drop somewhere and holy ammo.
Yes, if Roken had healing, it could be considered, although Araki would live, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's just Lionar doing Lionar things, right?
Yeah, sure. You see an immolation on 3 targets, you do it.
Yeah. I wonder. This is another turn where I'm like, I can't remember what we're thinking about here, because I'm pretty confident the play is just to run in and holy ammo some stuff, but we're taking our time.
Well, maybe Roken might be considering playing Sunriser and Martyrdom on the Araki, because that would clear the Night Sorrow Assassin too, and develop a 3/5 body, while you can still deal 4 phase damage. I see why you can take your time on thinking about that.
We definitely regretted the rope here, because I think General 2 down was much better than General bottom left. It keeps the 4 attack on the Windblade, it blocks off the mana tile, and we definitely, like, we used up all of our time, and Rocken kind of just, panic moved the General there.
Yeah. Immolating the Windblade and Martyrdom, casting Martyrdom on Araki was also a decent option.
I think we didn't go with that because with how the game's looking, like we're kind of, they're on 10 HP, like we're kind of looking to kill them soon, and why give them HP back when you can just choose to not? Yeah, I could shred the Iraqi still as well.
Right. Yeah.
Work.
Yes, I agree with Puncher. That's a good option. You
Okay,
leave
I guess,
1/3.
I can now remembering why we spent so long on that. There were actually quite a number.
Yeah, sometimes later it turns out you had quite a bunch of options.
Yeah.
Still going face, interesting.
I think you have to. If you're playing a fast deck, if you're playing a deck that's trying to kill your opponent as quickly as possible, you've got to kill the opponent. You know, you're not going to win this late game. You don't have Shadow Novas.
Well, I guess you don't die on this turn. It's pretty unlikely that Lionel has 3 Tempests in hand right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's one of those cases where you're not super happy about taking some face damage, but you've got to play to your outs, and your only out here is to just try and kill the Lionar somehow. So you hit face because you don't have any good options.
I think I still wouldn't have hit face and just try to wait for hand replenishment with links and then maybe drawing Revenants and Lures to stall for a bit. Maybe they would have to martyrdom your Revenants and give you some more time.
Yeah.
Lion are hitting as well. Well, Rogan has 0 and he's not dead yet. If he had, even if he had full hand, he wouldn't be dead to double Darkseid because Decoy is at 7 mana, so
Yeah.
I don't see why you don't hit his Lion.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it was this game felt pretty comfortable, I'd say. You know, we knew we were playing against a fast deck. We played our anti-aggro list and kind of
Tactical
just
heal.
cleared their stuff and didn't forget to heal. Didn't run too low on HP and just did the thing the deck does.
Yeah, it felt pretty confident
Yeah.
starting very early. Decoy had a very rough start with that empty place.
Yeah, exactly. You know things are bad when player 1 plays one singular 2-drop on turn 3 and you're still behind on board.
Liner Mirror. Zurael. Interesting.
This is very interesting to see this list.
Indeed.
I'm not sure that we actually looked at how many cards they had in their deck. I'm not sure if we knew that this was a 55 card list or not. But it's a big list, and it's got a lot of late game, but it also has Azurite Lions, and as you can see, there's one in their opening hand, so they played one of these early. I think we kind of thought that they were like earlier tempo-ish Lionar because of the Lions. And they're not. that is not what is going on with that list. They've got 3 times Zerail, like huge late game.
That's a very interesting mix of mid-range and just Bond, some Lionel things like Regala and stuff.
Yeah.
Sunblooms too. Sunbloom is interesting.
I do think
unexpected to see here.
The Duelyst is very interesting. I have not seen very much of that card, and I understand you've got your 0/8 and you play Divine Bond on it, and then you giggle. But it seems like it seems fairly inconsistent to me. I think there are probably a lot of times where your opponent clears the 6/2 somehow, and then also clears the 0/8 because it's a 0/8. They can just hit it. So I think it's interesting that made their list.
6/2 is a very risky stat line. I think beside running one of the Altus of my own. The last time I saw the Altus was from Dragal in Duelyst 1.
Duelist 1.
Yes, I haven't encountered the card in Duelyst 2. It's so unpopular.
Yeah.
Maybe during some playtests, but not in the actual beta release.
Yeah. I reckon, I think I've seen it more recently than that. I think I found one in Gauntlet. Does that count?
No.
Yeah.
Lion turn 1 is so good. It's incredible.
You can see, like, we've got double 2 in our hand here, and we're actually thinking about, do we play that? How do we play that? Do we just play a Silverguard Knight to try and counter the Lion instead? Because I think there's some lines here where, you know, we play double 2, and then they just kind of clear everything anyway, and that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I think you are not actually allowed to play double 2-drop, because with Lion they can grab the mana tile and play Holy Immolation when after hitting your face, and you're so much behind.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I wonder if we were thinking about that, because I didn't think about that just now. But...
You have 6 less health and empty board, and they have 2-3 with celerity and full health.
We played mega defensive on that one.
Yeah, I approve of that. I think I would do the same here.
I think if it was just me playing this, I don't play Lionar at all, really. But you know, if it was just me, there's no chance I would have made that play. And I think this is one of those things where I'm very glad that I have teammates who know better than I do. Because I think this play does look good, and I wouldn't have thought of it personally.
So Zaobi is developing a body and martyrdom, deciding not to play defensive empty regalia with no hitting and going in range. I don't think I don't know what I would have done there. I think Lion looks good enough.
Yeah,
Still
I think I
like
like this to them. I don't know if they were thinking that we had Iron Cliff, but the fact that they've removed the 3/5, we can't take the tile, means our we don't get our 5-mana playoff here. So not sure if that was a consideration, but it does end up working for them quite nicely.
At the moment, I can't recall any people running Lions in Lionar beside myself and Zoe apparently. I think it's still a very powerful card, but I liked what Harpu said when he was casting my match. He said Kosvid still plays Wanderer, and that is absolutely true. I still play Lions and Sentinels and a lot of slower cards, but I also run Glaives with Lions, which make them absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And here they are just for tempo and I guess early mana grabbing deals.
But no, I mean, I do think it's interesting that they don't see them as playing. Like, if you put them in Vitruvian, for example, I think they make every single deck. But it's just because it's Linar, and you know they tend to play a bit more control-y, so they're not as worried necessarily about having like fast 2-drops like a Lion, and they also have the Windblade Adept, which is arguably an even stronger 2-drop, so they just don't feel like they need the card as much. Like, like I said, if you put Lion in Vitruvian, I think it gets played every single deck. If you put it in Vanar, I think it gets played every single deck. I think
absolutely.
Songhai would love to have it. Oh my god!
Please no.
No, yeah, don't do that, Debs. By the way, in case you're listening, please don't. But
trading the Lion into Regalia here, interesting. With no additional pings, no Immolation, no Sunriser, nothing. Just to chip off one charge of Regalia.
I think that's pretty desperate, right? Like,
Yeah, that feels very desperate. You have to, but you spend so much potential.
yeah. I think that gives us a lot of information as well, though, because it means, you know, we're now pretty confident that you're not running Rust Crawlers, and it means that, you know, whatever's in your hand, you must feel like Regalia is a huge problem.
Yeah, Regalia is the deciding card in Lion Army usually. Regalia and Singer.
Yeah.
And both decks actually run both Regalia and Singer.
Yeah. We have
So-
crawlers. We do have crawlers because we don't like getting Regalia.
Alright.
Our Magmar decks often have crawlers. Our Lionar decks often have crawlers. We don't like getting Regalia.
Yeah, if it was a 6-mana turn with Immolation, it would be pretty much over at this point.
Yeah.
But not
But
yet.
I think if it's a 6-mana turn, you make a different play, right?
Sure,
if you
sure.
know- If you know that they can
Well,
then you
played-
just play on the diagonals or something.
Yeah. I can't help but think very often that people just don't care about potential possibility to face Immolation at 5 mana, so they play so hard into it, and it's just so tempting to run 1-drops just to punish such plays.
Yeah. I do remember when one of the patches came out and Komodo went to 1-3, I saw a bunch of lists that had like 3 Komodos and 3 Regalias.
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes a lot of
Because, you know,
sense.
you could high roll the Komodo into the Regalia and you get your like 1 mana 5/3, and then you also have a 1-drop to play with your Holy Immos. I haven't seen that for quite a while, so I assume it must have fallen out of favor, but
I still think it's a very strong option, especially if you're running more zoo-ish version with the Lady Lock.
yeah.
I made decks having Lady Lock, Glaives, and Komodo Chargers. I think it's good. So interesting play. Feels desperate still.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's also a little bit it's awkward to leave the minions together because I guess now you're not getting Immode to the face, but you're still going to lose your board if we have it. And we do, and I'm pretty sure that we end up playing here. I think we go 2-drop Immode to just clear their stuff.
Imagine Roken just replaces into a second Regalia and laughs to their face right now. Just all this effort to chip off 2 charges and then they become invulnerable.
Yeah, that's true as well. And with how things are currently positioned, we could choose to move our general into a spot where their minions can't attack it. And then we're just going to keep slamming face damage with the Regalia.
Right, you can just simulate the Windblade Adept, heal yourself, and hit face for free.
Yeah.
And judging by Zalvi's hand, there's not much he can do about it.
No. There's that Duelyst showing up. This is why I think the card's quite awkward, right? Like if you play that Duelyst now, you're not going to get the Divine Bond. Yeah, he even replaces the Divine Bond.
Zalvi is known for running very heavy, greedy decks, but right here he's still on 3 cards, despite all that, because they have 27 to 2 mana cards.
27?
27 2-mana cards and 3 1-mana cards. So 30 cards that are extremely cheap.
Yeah, that's such a low curve. I don't know, maybe
Here
it's
our
just
turn is trying to yield the rocket that we have lethal.
Oh yes, I remember this because I saw it and Rockin didn't immediately. We had to be like, okay, step 1.
Yeah,
Here's what
this
you
power
do.
growth.
Step 2, bang. Step 3, bang. Make sure that we got it in. I think if we'd given him 10 seconds to think about it, I think he would have found it. But it was just funny because we saw it instantly and he didn't. So it took a little bit of arguing in the call to make it happen.
What is cool in Team Wars that there are up to 5 people to shout at you that you have lethal, which is
Yeah.
very helpful.
Yeah. No, I remember there was that screenshot from Smarty, I think, with it was several weeks ago. It was like a Vanar versus Vitruvian or something. And if they just went face with everything, they had lethal, and it was like a find the puzzle kind of thing. And I spent 10 minutes on that one and couldn't find lethal because it was pre-nerf Syzygy rather. It was the 4-mana version. So I was like doing all this calculation. I was one off, and I was like, I don't see it. Am I stupid? Yeah, so I think they're going Vitruvian here, which is with the stats out, I think that's a bit interesting because no, sorry. I think this is a decision that they're probably making because the stats came out and showed that Lionar beats Vanar. Maybe before the stats had come out, that decision could have been different, but
I think so. I wonder what the winner deck is. I believe if it was something Zaovi style, it would be very good against Liner because of all the heavy stuff.
I can actually look at that. It's I'm looking ahead at their Vanar list, and it's got double Jax, double Grove.
Double Grove, interesting.
Double
They are going with Vitruvian.
But they didn't go with Chocobo's duck list because it has duck. Look at it, it's duck.
Yeah, 3 ducks.
Best skin in the game.
I hate the fact that it's a white skin for original Obelisk and not a Windstorm Obelisk. It's so confusing.
Yeah, but
they really should
it's duck.
change it. It's a duck, yes.
Duck. Happily, I don't believe the duck is going to be doing anything here, because we're going to walk up and dispel it, and now it's just a 0/6 duck.
Yeah, at least it will most likely survive till the end of the match.
Yeah. We will get to look at the prettiest duck skin in the game for the entire game, because that will not be going anywhere.
Letting Chocobo stand in the middle with that positioning. Interesting choice. Probably to force them to decide whether to ramp onto the upper mana tile or hit the 2/2.
Yeah.
They could still ramp next to the obelisk.
Yep. I think this doesn't let them like double ramp and hit though, which I don't know how relevant that is, but it's something at least.
In Duelyst, sometimes the smallest things are very relevant.
Yeah.
So I believe the Vitruvian was chosen just for the sole fact that they are running triple Russia's curse against Duelyst.
Yeah, that seems likely, I think.
Also, Repulsor Beast is pretty good against vast majority of liner decks that don't run Magnetize.
So every Lionheart deck.
Okay, if you say so, but I think Magnetize
Okay.
is still zero card.
One
It
day
should
I
be
will get
everywhere.
tapped by Magnetize, and when that happens, I will let you know. But, I mean, I think here, I think we end up just playing Regalio. But I guess, you know, there's some discussion about. No, we played 3 trouble. Okay. Probably concerned about Rockets. That matchup difference already coming in.
I've noticed in Team Wars, few people respect Bones Warm enough.
Yeah. I have also noticed that we like consistently sometimes forget to play around Bones One. I'm not sure there was a great way of doing. Oh, I guess we could have moved General one further up and played Silver Guard underneath still, and then only Silver Guard is taking Bones One damage.
Well, this plays around Entropic Decay still because of Provoke, so I think
Yeah.
that's fine.
I think that was higher up in our minds than Bonestorm, because at this point, like, the new patch had just come in, and we were, I think our Vitruvian list.
So I guess here it's the Obelisk and Russia's Curse to clear the Silver Guard Knight, but left the lower mana tile open.
Yeah.
And we see the second Shroud. What a nice top deck.
Yeah, Rockin is extremely skilled at Duelyst. He's very good at pulling the cards he needs when he needs them. Extremely talented.
Both Shrouds early on against Obelisk Vitruvian. That's remarkable.
There's that Entropic Decay as well, so...
Poncho says he would have left the upper tile open, and I agree with that. I think the only thing you're afraid is Immolation to clear the Obelisk if it's on the lower tile. Right now it's... not sure. I think both plays are viable.
I think taking the tile that turn is an indication. Like, they get higher tempo out of that, right? They get the Roshes as well as the Obelisk and clear. So I think it's an indication that they want to play higher tempo and they don't necessarily want to play a slower game against the liner. I don't know. I always think Vitruvian players are really interesting, because their decks often have a bunch of like 2-ubs and 1-ubs where they're trying to get optimal spreads for particular matchups, and it feels like a lot of their plays are pretty razor edge as well. Like, there've been a couple matches throughout Team Wars where Vitruvian has performed very well. But it always feels like you have to play perfectly to make it happen. So I always find it very interesting to watch.
So I was very curious if we were going to see the Regalia right after Russia's Curse was played, and we did see that, indeed. To clear the Portal Garden, and probably getting the best Regalia value at this point.
I think part of it is playing it after you see the Roshes, and part of it was that we didn't really have a better play.
No, you had Ironcliff. I would have played Ironcliff.
Oh, it was a 5-mana turn! Oh, yes, we could have played Ironcliff.
Or you could have kept it at the same tile where the Silver Guard was, and it would still be guarding you against Entropic Decay with 1/4 standing there in case of siphon energy, so Druven couldn't have remembered it. I would have played Ironclad, but I wonder if Rokan made this play considering that Gala is going to stay for at least one more turn, or considering that he got enough value out of it within one turn for 4 mana.
I'm not sure. I should be able to answer that. I was in the call at the time, but like I said, it was 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure.
But Regalia doesn't get answered.
No.
So
I think,
now there are options.
yeah, I think we're looking at Tempest here, because that clears a lot of their current minions, and just trying to figure out if that's better or worse than playing Ironclad. I believe we end up just doing both and accepting that we're going to take some damage on Ironclad.
I think it's definitely Ironclad Tempest turn here.
Yeah.
You don't get damage to your Regalia because you're hitting one Obelisk, and you clear 3 minions and provoke their general. I totally think that is the optimal play here.
Yeah.
Ah,
I agree. I think this is
it looks like Rocket is hesitating hitting that Obelisk.
I think we were always planning on hitting the Obelisk. I think we were just considering general positioning when we did it. I can't remember exactly why we decided to move one left, but we were thinking about something.
So that's an interesting choice here. Could either play Aymara or Repulsor Beast, the huge bunny.
Yeah, I think it's just an interesting game state as well. Like we're quite a number of turns in. Both players have lost quite a number of HP. Board is fairly even. Rockin's ahead, but Chocobo has the board impetus currently. Gets to make the plays. It's a really close game.
I think putting Aymara above Ironcliffe makes the most sense, because he can't hit you with Regalia because he would get provoked, and if he clears Aymara without silencing it, which is most likely for Lioner because they rarely run a lot of silence, you still take 3 damage from Aymara's effect and can't hit base because you lose your Regalia. And I think Aymara was a very good choice there.
We have already played 2 Shrouds as well. But, obviously being able to see the hands, we can see that we have a 3rd Shroud as well, so playing Aymara might have ended up being a bit rough. But
yeah, like this, he lost a 4/4 minion and took 4 phase damage. I don't know.
I think if you've seen 2 Shrouds already, it's probably difficult to play around the 3rd, because the chance that they actually have it seems quite low, probably. But I mean, the Repulsor Beast play is still good as well, I think. Like, that Ironcliffe is basically removed and out of the game, and you're going to be able to drop Aymara, next turn anyway.
Tempest would be so good here. Clearing 2 and the Obelisk.
Yes, okay, yeah, you can generally hit the Obelisk.
And you can still play Silverguard and heal yourself.
Yes. Tempest +2 would be nice. We don't have that. I think we end up...
Well, you can destroy the 0/4 Obelisk with Sinja, I think.
Yeah, we were considering the Sinja play. I can't remember exactly why we ended up going with this instead. I think it was just... I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't know either.
Maybe we were a little bit concerned about dying? I think maybe we were concerned about dying. They do have... It's only a 2-1 on board.
I don't know how you die here against
Plus, I think we
Vitruvian.
could have, like Saber Spine Tiger maybe plus Suzuki plus general hit with like an artifact or something might do it. It'd be pretty close, I think.
I think it's very improbable. I mean, even Star's Fury and Fireblaze Obelisk is 8 mana, and it still would be very much away from lethal. Sindri is bad versus Dominate and Decay. Okay, Decay. Makes sense. Dominate will I haven't seen used in Team Wars once. I remember seeing the deck that ran 3 Dominate wheels, and I don't think they used it single time.
That feels bad.
Mirage Master.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense to consider. This is Aymar is good.
Yeah. So here's
Puts you in a very awkward position. You can't play Sinja really because you take 10.
yeah.
You can't provoke it either.
I think we end up going with Arclight Regalia plus hit with the 2/2 to clear. I don't think there's really another play. Like it, I don't love this, but I don't know what else you can do in this situation really.
Next turn it's lethal for Chocobo if everything stays as is. With Aymar hit and Entropic. Oh no, never mind. It will be provoked.
No, I believe this is lethal. I'm pretty sure they get a lethal with Star's Fury here. I think it's a little bit complicated.
They cleared Aymara, so yeah.
Yeah. It's 1, 2,
Took insane amount of damage.
3, 4 Star's Furies, but 3 of them can't attack. Unless you mess things around a bit.
You can summon 3 Dervishes and cast Entropic. No, you can't really, so you would kill 1 Dervish.
I mean, we're gonna see it. I guarantee that we die here. It's just a matter of... Oh, it's gonna be you can attack with one of them. You're gonna Dunecaster it, and that'll break the Regalia, and then you can get the +1. Yeah.
For some reason I wasn't paying attention to the Dunecaster in hand.
Yeah.
Well played, good match.
Yeah. So it is now 2-2. This is starting to come down to the wire. And I think both teams are not left with maybe the decks they'd love to have at the end. I know we'd prefer to have like a Songhai or something to try and clean this out. We do still have the Magmar into Vanar matchup potentially, which is why we ended up playing our Vanar here. We didn't want to lose Magmar against Vitruvian,
Of
and
course.
then not have Magmar for Vanar later. So that's why we ended up going Vitruvian here.
Were you afraid that this list might be a bit slow against Obelisks?
We were. So we didn't, like I said, we didn't play this Vanar list into the Vitruvian list because we necessarily thought it would be a good matchup. We just figured that if our Magmar should be very favored against their Vanar, then we should try and protect that matchup, and doing it in this order is the most likely way to win.
Look at this skillful starting hand from Cody.
Yeah, we were
Absolutely
pretty happy
amazing.
with this.
He knows how to play.
Okay. Gee, Just with how the animations work there for a split second, I thought we had replaced all of them. It's like, surely not. Surely we didn't do that. No, keep all the ramp. Yeah, no, I think the game plan for this deck is pretty straightforward, and we've absolutely nailed it with this draw, which is get lots of mana and then play big card, and then hit face.
Yeah.
Big card, go burr.
I wonder if you're thinking where to place the second Wisp or whether to play it at all, because to me it's obviously both. Playing both.
Yeah. I think we keep our 5-drop here because we figured that if they kill either Wisp... Sorry, if they kill both Wisp... Yeah, if they kill either Wisp or let us have a mana tile, then we get our 5-drop. I think that's maybe less clear if we don't play both Wisps. Like, it's easier for the Vitruvian to play around all of that, so... Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward to play both and try and angle for a mana tile.
Chocobo also has a pretty good hand.
Yeah,
although,
he does have a very good start, so...
Yes, not the perfect Obelisk Vitruvian start with Obelisk into Fireblaze Obelisk. But still, very competitive.
Still very fast. So we are going to get our ramp at some point, with the double Wisp, but the pressure is on to make those big drops actually count and win the mid game with them. Because there's going to be a lot of damage coming our way very quickly.
So you can technically not hit both Wisps here and leave Cody without a good play.
Yes, yeah. I think that's what happens. I don't think Chocobo gives us our mana. Yeah. So the Archon Keep ends up looking a little bit optimistic in hindsight. But we did draw into 4 drops, which is nice at least. And I think Razorback here lets us actually kill the Portal Guardian.
Yes.
So.
And that's your only play, so yeah, you definitely clear the Portal Guardian here. The position with the Razorback is the more interesting part.
Yeah, I think we played it there because we were feeling pretty good about our mana situation. We figured we'd be able to turn the corner and start playing pretty aggressively pretty quickly. That's not going to be true, really. Chocobo has lots of stats to play this turn, and we're going to start feeling the pressure right now. I believe this is a double Dunecaster turn, and our Razorback ends up in a position where it can't really help us with any of them, and that's not ideal. Not ideal for us.
And I was wondering why even play the Orb Weavers without Lady Luck, and that's why. Just to buff your Orb Weavers with Dunecasters.
Yeah.
For tempo.
And they helped take a bunch of the mana tiles and just get out on board really quickly as well.
They are very good first 2 turns, but later it feels lackluster for me. But I'm glad it's a 2 mana minion now. As 3 mana it made no sense without Wanderer. Here it can be used for sure, especially if you are playing Merc-Blood.
Yeah. Here we see I can't even remember what that card is called off the top of my head, because this is the only deck I've ever seen it in. Is it like Unstoppable Force or something?
Boundless Courage.
Boundless Courage, there we go.
It's an amazing card. I'm in love with it for 8 years. It's so great.
I had to when I saw it in the list that Cody submitted. I had to go look it up. I have seen that in 0 lists up until this one.
And it fits to draw so well, in my opinion. Maybe it's just not the time for Venner to use it yet.
It ends up looking a little awkward here because we actually don't have anything to hit with our Razorback because of that early position.
I believe Cody is just dreaming of having a Spirit Harvester here. 5 minions, not above 2 health.
Yeah, that would have been... Damn, should have played Magmar. That's alright. We wouldn't have joined Spirit Harvester when we needed it anyway.
So I saw the consideration of playing Archon around Entropic Decay, but it was not made eventually. But still, Archon is out of range of General, so Chocobo can run away from it. I wonder why that decision.
I don't remember what our decision making there was. I think I was advocating for playing it bottom right of the General to block as much damage as possible and not play into Entropic. Cody says we were thinking that would take their whole turn if Chocobo decayed. And I guess it still leaves Razorback up as well.
I think I would, in such case, I would place it behind Sarge, so she can't run away.
Yeah.
But she's not running away.
No, I mean, you're 10 HP higher than the other guy.
Yeah, and why
they've
not just
played
go
two man wisps, and you've got to know the big drops are coming, right? Like if you're playing ramp, you're gonna have the huge cards. I think putting the pressure on and playing as aggressive as possible is the way to go here.
Well, I like that Vitruvian has 4 spells in their hand right now, and there's Archon. Playing around Jax, indeed.
Yes. We don't play Jax in this Venar deck, so we were quite happy that they were playing around Jax because, frankly, we're on 11 HP. We're a bit concerned about dying, and they have quite a lot of damage on board.
That is not next to your face, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's not next to our face. They're not pressing in with that damage because they're playing around a card we don't have. Which feels good. We like that. We like seeing that. Here, I believe our plan is to just kind of develop as much as we can and plan to Zerael next turn, and hope that they kill some stuff. Really, waste their damage killing our minions, and then we just bring them back.
Yes, if Chocobo doesn't stand in the middle, you can play around Entropic with your Zerael.
Yeah. Even if Chocobo does stand in the middle, there's potential to block the general from moving like up 2 or something, and then playing Zerael on the top row, and they can't actually get there.
And a 3, so I believe there goes the question of whether we play the 3 and then Zerael, or what happens now.
Yeah, I think it's gonna depend on what needs removing here.
So this week the Zerael bug is present, right? So if Chocobo plays Aymar, you can't just trade Archon into it and resummon it with Zerael, right? Because of the bug.
I don't know. I have not heard anything about a bug. which doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It might just mean that I'm out of the loop, which would not be uncommon. Okay, if that's true, then that maybe makes our play a bit worse.
Well, you're not getting 6-6, of course.
Yeah. That's a thing, really, or was a thing, really?
Yes, it's still a thing. It's still haven't been fixed. Minions you sacrifice on your own turn don't get resurrected with Zerael. Oh, it was patched. Sorry for misinformation.
Oh, geez, I'm glad I didn't try and play Zerael last week. 'Cause I had no idea that was a thing.
Anyway, Cherkoper decided not to play Aymara and instead make a positional block.
Yeah, I guess the thinking here is that Aymara just dies to Archon, and I guess you've already seen one Boundless Courage, so if we have a second one,
He played into Mesmerize so badly. Would be funny to see it. 3 minions and face 8 damage for 2 mana.
that's
And
that's
also-
true. But
And
the
also
only
stun
time
on a Portal Garden.
the only time I've ever seen Mesmerize in Team Wars was also Cody running it. So if they looked at our deck history, then maybe they should have been concerned with that. I don't. This list doesn't have it.
Rhino is so big right now. 6-8. Mighty.
Yeah, it's a cool card. I'm glad that it got changed around to make it a bit more viable. That turn was a little bit funny for our positioning as well, because I think there was some confusion in our chat about, because our general is on the left and their general is on the right, about which side was actually infiltrate, and we almost played it incorrectly to try and get an infiltrate that we wouldn't have gotten. Duelyst says, is the Rhino change a buff or not? I've not really used the card. I think it's a buff. I think 8 health is a lot harder to deal with than 5, and that's worth the mana. And you can still... I guess you... Actually, maybe it's not, because you can't Aspect of the Wild and activate it instantly for 12 damage burst, can you?
I think it's a change to make mid-range Vanar more viable if all other factions get slowed down, like Songhai and... Yeah, so... Anyway, I don't think it makes much of a difference because of how hard it is to make one minion stick for a turn in Duelyst still.
Yes, it is very difficult to pick minions in the current meta. Particularly with Plasma Storm and Entropic Decay getting buffed.
So new Rhino is more of a threat on its own, and if it survives, it can do what it was always meant to do, just infiltrate, punish, act as a answer or die card instead of being played with Spirit of the Wild.
Yeah. And you can still, I guess if you're running Spirit of the Wild, you could still drop it a turn early, and Spirit of the Wild is like 24 if they let it live. Cranky Panda says dead. Leave, that's correct. I'm pretty sure we die this turn. Because I think there was some argument in our poll before about whether we play Ancient Grove more defensively or try and put the pressure on with it, and we ended up playing it aggressively and moving our general in behind it, and that was not good enough.
Yep, yeah. It's always a risk of just fleeing this platform Vitruvian.
Yeah. And I think if we had gone with the other play of walking backwards and playing Ancient Grove in front of our face, I think we would have lived that turn and then maybe had lethal the next turn. Hard to say, but
Yeah, maybe. I think
in hindsight, I think we made the wrong play.
I think there were decent chances. So now you have to use Magmar into Vitruvian.
Yeah, we're on to our last deck. So we're playing Magmar into Vitruvian anyway. And I don't know exactly how we feel about this matchup. You can see. Actually, I should talk about this Magmar deck a little bit. In the lead up to our game, Mac had posted a list that was not this one. It had like 49 cards and was running combo and a couple other weird cards. And he was swearing up and down on it the whole way. And the rest of us weren't so sure about the deck, and he was talking about some like alternate win cons and stuff. We weren't sure that we could play it very well. And he was asleep when we were submitting decks, so I made up a new combo list and submitted that.
Sneakily, just secretly upload another list.
I mean, we have to submit something, right? And we couldn't talk to him about how to play the deck or which deck to submit or whatever, so we had to go with something.
So without you, we decided that your deck sucks, so we just uploaded another one.
It wasn't so much that we thought it sucked, so much as we didn't know how to play it.
Yeah, I'm kidding. It would be just funny to present that way.
Yes. I just, if he watches this back, I don't want to tilt him any more than he already is. So I ended up making this deck and submitting it, and he joined the call a bit late when he woke up, and he said, "So what Magmar are we running?" And I showed him the deck, and he goes, "I hate that list." So he's playing it anyway. He's playing my abomination of a messed up combo list, and he's not happy about it. Is what's going on here. And the reason he's not happy about it is because I've got 2 copies of Amplification and 2 copies of Fractal. The idea is to play it as like standard, mid-range Magmar, and if the game goes on long enough, then eventually you will find combo and you can win against like a hard control deck or something.
Well, we've seen such decks a few times at the moment.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad way of making the deck, but it's certainly not the way that he likes. And he's the one who ended up having to play it, so...
I can feel the hatred to this list at this point. He just has no good turn right now.
No good turn.
I wonder, I think he passes here, right? Yeah.
Yep, just pass. Nothing to play there. I mean, I guess we could have like Flash Harvestered, but I don't think that's good. We can just like we know that Chocobo's list has a bunch of early drops and 2 drops, and he's got the Orb Weavers, so I think basically no matter what he plays, I think we're happy to try and catch up with a Spirit Harvester later.
I think this deck has very good chances against Vitruvian because of Plasma Storm and what else was there? I kind of forgot. And Elucidators can clear obelisks for free with general hit, so it can do work even without the combo.
I don't think the matchup is like super skewed either way. I think this is kind of draw dependent and skill dependent rather than being a particular matchup win. In the way that our Lionar against their Abyssian was, we had to not like actively mess that up, but we could kind of do whatever we wanted, and it ended up working. I think a bit more close than that.
Okay, now it starts getting sketchy. You can Flash Harvester still.
Yes. I think the play here is basically always to Flash Harvester and plan to, even if they remove it, we can play the next Harvester and continue clearing their next wave of stuff as well.
I wonder if you keep the replication, just hoping to get Elucidator combo eventually. Like by 8 mana.
Uh,
I think you do, because if you Flash Harvester now, you still have Flash, and you
I
have
think
Harvester for the next turn.
I think I remember this. I think I said in call, like, do we keep replication? And Mac was like, yes, and then played the turn and passed, and I was like, oh, okay. You know, usually we rope all the time. That's it's cool to just have someone be like, this is what we're doing, and then just do it. He knows my deck better than I do. Is what's going on.
So do we just see an Andropic Decay here? I wonder. Fireblaze plus Russia's Curse would be ideal, but Chocobo doesn't have it.
Yeah, come on, Chocobo, just draw better. Just have your Roshes every time you need them.
Playing extremely defensively with those Portal Guardians. I wonder why he doesn't run Syzygy and runs only one Astral Phasing. So I guess he wants to advance with the left Portal Guardian and leave the right one for the Astral Phasing.
It looks, I mean, based on where he's put his general and the 2 Portal Guardians, it almost looks like he's playing around Mekantor. I don't...
I guess he's playing around Plasma Storm right
Plasma
here.
Storm. Yeah, that makes more sense, yeah. Yeah, there's 2 3-attack minions there. Yeah, we end up just having to drop the second Harvester to pick off the small...
Developing a Harvester and having Metamorphosis in hand feels pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're not super jazzed about skipping our first turns, but if we're gonna have to skip our first turns, then drawing into double Harvester and Metamorphosis is the cards we want to see to try and make up the difference. And if Chocobo doesn't play, a bunch of threats here that make us Metamorphosis, then I think we're pretty happy playing Lady Lock plus a couple drops as well. Could maybe
Yes,
even
if you
silence
grab the
everyone.
mana, you can play 3 bodies and dispel the second Portal Guardian, which would be perfect.
Yeah.
Although your Harvester would damage 3 bodies, but...
That's the other option I was looking at is maybe we dispel our own Harvester to not kill our own stuff.
That's an option.
But I think Chocobo ends up, just playing minions, which makes sense, and then I think we probably end up metaing here. Yeah, like there's just way too much stuff on this board to toss up the opportunity to kill it all for free.
Of course, juicy 4 minions clear with just 1 card. That doesn't render you any disadvantage. Yummy. Just classic Vitruvian against Magma experience. You develop your board for 3 turns and just lose it with 1 card.
Yep.
Well, 2 cards here. That's more fair.
Here, I think we're just thinking about where we want to move the Harvester in our general. I think we're deciding, like, do we feel like we're ahead? Do we want to put the pressure on? Do we want to play move our Harvester aggressively so that maybe it gets cleared and then we can actually develop our board behind our Lady Luck and not, lose all our stuff to our own Harvester?
I don't remember. Have we seen Dancing Blaze from Chocobo yet?
Yes. At least once, because Chocobo Dancing Blades are Razorback last game.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, I think I would consider not advancing then. because I believe Dancing Blades to clear the 5/5 is a good option.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that would be that would swing the tempo pretty heavily.
well,
We probably should have considered that actually. I think
it feels pretty scary again doing against Magmar because they can run natural selection. A very defensive Aymar. Oh, I believe he wants to replicate it next turn with the Mirage Master.
yeah, that seems accurate to me.
So he can replicate it and send something with the Repulsor Beast into the existing Aymar.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
I think here we're just discussing, like, we're always playing Lady Luck plus 2/2s, and the question is which ones. We're going to silence the Aymara, I assume. And then the question is, do we play Phalanxor or do we play Silithar? I think we play Phalanxor. I think we play it left of his general, and I think we maybe should have placed it a bit more centrally to make sure that we could continue killing all of his stuff as it came down.
But Aymara would have trained it into it.
I mean, yeah, but you can play the Phalanxor like underneath the Lady Lock or something like that too. His general is already double provoked, right? We don't necessarily need to play it on top of the general there.
Well, yes, now he can Entropy Decade if he has it.
Yeah, yeah.
So Aymara is silenced, which doesn't feel good. Feels actually better to just replicate the Phalanxor because it has provoke.
Yes, I believe that does end up happening. The 4-mana 5/5 provoke. But also, he sends the Phalanxor into absolute Narnia. That card is out of the game. It's not.
Yeah, it's going to be crawling for eternity.
It's like, even if we wanted to make it move faster, even if we had a Dispel in hand and decided we wanted to make it move faster, you'd also be dispelling off the Lady Lock buffs. Like, that's gone. It's sent to the Shadow Realm. Here...
Oh, getting
believe
close to the combo.
We
Kinda.
have... Yeah, we have, like, the soft combo without the amps, and I think we're currently doing math on whether or not we have lethal. I think Mac might have thought that we had lethal, and I said we didn't because of the 5/5 provoke.
Well, you can definitely trade all three into the general, but that's 15, which is not enough.
Yeah, exactly. Our combos are really confusing this turn. I think someone was forgetting that the Phalanxor was provoked, so we kept having arguments about whether or not we could actually like combo, or whether we needed to clear, or how we could clear, and it was just all a bit confusing. We end up basically just not trying to sort it out and clear some stuff, play some provoke minions, and say, you know what, you deal with it. You figure out how the trade's meant to go.
Yeah, technically, here it is. Technically, you could have cleared with Elucidator, but how can you win the next turn?
Yeah. And we drew into Amp as well, so now we have full combo ready to go. If Chocobo doesn't have provokes on top of his face, or doesn't block himself into a corner or anything, then we should be able to kill next turn.
Yeah, he's triple provoked. What can go wrong?
Well.
Well, Chocobo still looks pretty dead to me. Depends on what he draws.
Yes.
Mad Mike is
Theoretically,
at full HP. You can't die to 5/5 Phalanxer. He can only clear.
at this point, I think we're still feeling pretty good.
Feels good to me.
Like, I know what happens. I'm trying not to give it away. Yeah, you can see like Choco is making slow plays this turn. Right? Like they're playing their cycle and then they're making a decision of whether or not they want to cycle again or whether or not they want to dump their hand and which trades they want to make. Like they're almost like making plays and then reassessing after they've already made plays to check if anything. Like there's so many different branching paths on how to play this turn that it's easier to like play something and then reassess than to try and figure them all out ahead of time and then go with the best one.
Yeah, there are a lot of actions during this turn. So when you play Time Maelstrom, your timer also gets reset, right?
Yes,
Turn.
it's a full new turn, so you get your rope back.
Well, that's it, right?
No, this is not
No?
lethal. It's 16 damage. Oh no! Wait, did it?
Wait, yeah, they have 2 HP, they die, no?
No, it's definitely lethal.
And it's
Is it
24.
not lethal?
Wait, did you not go after that?
What are we doing? Okay.
Yeah. You have 24 damage.
That's definitely
right?
lethal. Yeah.
You have 5 cards in hand, 4 of them being exactly what you have wanted the entire match.
Cody, help me out here. Why did we think that wasn't lethal?
And you are playing the 5th card, the only one that doesn't win you the game. Oh, that's so awkward. I hate seeing that.
I can't remember why we thought that wasn't lethal.
That turn is the
Sure we were
only thing.
looking at it.
That was the only thing why you even built this deck like this. Having this combo is this combo, and you're not playing it. Maybe Mad Mike was
I
too
think
tilted
that we
playing the
forgot.
deck.
No. I think we forgot that the elucidators would die to the general hit, and we didn't have. I think we thought we didn't have enough tiles open to be able to hit with all of them.
Yeah, I think that's the most reasonable explanation. You were just expecting
Like,
them to have.
I don't know how
for
all
HP.
6 of us thought that.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't have much to say
I
now.
don't know, man.
It just
Oh,
feels so.
dude, what back?
It's so crushing, soul rendering.
Okay, so here's what was happening. It was elaborate BM, because we figured that we'd just be able to do lethal this turn. So we were just elaborate BM. We are also missing lethal this turn, huh? No, because the Imara would actually heal. Okay, this turn we actually didn't have it.
8 plus 8. Wait, that was lethal still, no?
No, because we couldn't
He's
hit.
5, he's at He's at 18. You deal 16 with 2 elucidators and 2 with your face. And you are... And it's a draw. It
We
was at
can't
least a draw.
We can't hit the general without clearing the Aymara, and then the Aymara would heal face and then leave him at 5 HP.
Oh, it wasn't a draw. You lacked at least one hit point to... You needed one more hit point to make it draw. Because you couldn't hit with with all elucidators and... Wait, it
No,
was
so-
three health points. Yeah, you couldn't have.
Cody, I
Um,
think we were thinking that
Just-
we needed 3 free tiles, but we don't, because the Elucidator will hit the general, and then it will die, and then you can put them all on the same tile, because after you hit, they'll die.
Yeah,
Right, like
you're speaking
we just-
of that turn, right?
We absolutely choked the shit out of this game.
Oh, you're answering to Cody, apparently.
Yeah.
Yes, it absolutely could reach all of them.
Yeah. Not last turn. Last turn, the...
No,
Aymara-
I mean that one turn.
Yeah,
That turn. It was totally in range.
Yeah.
So, but now Chocobo doesn't have much to do. You still need... Right now it's... No, that's lethal, right? Right now, you lost the combo.
Yeah, because we can't
Uh,
damage the...
I haven't paid
We can't
attention to the hand, yeah. You don't
Yeah,
have the
we-
combo anymore.
Only 9 mana. Oh god.
Decided not to clear the obelisk for 4 mana.
I think the idea behind that one is just that we're holding on to combo pieces to find the second set and plan on going off again. Because we are... I can't see how many cards are left in our deck because the overlay is over the top of it, but I have to imagine it's pretty low at this point.
Yeah, you are very likely to find another set if you last long enough.
Yeah.
Look at that falling star. Still making it there. Coming
He's
back.
coming. He wants to participate.
Not a Star's Fury turn. Just a 2-drop. I think he casts the phasing, right? Because Phalanxer can't reach anyway, and you can't remove it effectively. And
Yeah.
it plays around Makander.
I think he also wants to keep Star's Fury so that if we drop a bunch of minions this turn, he can play Star's Fury and maybe have lethal.
Okay, 4/8 flying is very menacing. Here's the Makander, but because Chocobo played +6 health buff, it's very healthy now.
Yeah.
Well, if Mad Mag Hunters right now, next turn Chocobo is dead to double Elucidator and general hit.
which I think is why we ended up going with that. I mean, there's just not much else to do here, right? If we play Elucidators, we're probably going to die.
Right, yeah.
We don't
You
really have anything to
definitely-
fractal.
you
Maybe there
don't
was a
play-
play where we fractal the 5/5 taunt, 5/5 provoke, and just provoke all their stuff. Yeah, we ended up pushing for lethal.
Playing around Star's Fury, nice. Healing. So the question is, do you hit? I would, because it's now or never.
We didn't. I think the
Although
we did,
you have three units next to their face.
yeah, and I think we're still thinking at this point that, you know, if the game keeps going, we're gonna draw combo again. You know, second copy, and then we'll just kill them. So I don't think we're that worried about like pushing phase damage and looking for lethal imminently.
So they can technically use Repulsor Beast to play better Star's Fury and clear some stuff, but it's not lethal still. I see 10, 11, 12. No, no, it would be 10 mana. So I see 10 damage.
Yeah, I counted 10 as well.
Poor Phalanxer.
Yeah, there he goes. Off to the Shadow Realm again.
Then because you didn't hit last turn, he's not dead now.
I think we replace into Flash here and get lethal with Ladylog.
That would be...
Maybe that's next turn. Maybe I just did spoilers.
I won't say you thank you for spoilers. Because this match has been very tense. Especially that both have like 10 cards in deck left. And there's another set coming, but you're threatened a lot. That doesn't do anything.
I mean, it clears most of their board. There's still a...
Oh wait, yes, it does with the
meta, yeah.
It's just Metaplasma, yeah. Combo deck, yay!
Game
combo stuff.
continues. We just keep going. Just keep playing.
Just please approach him. No, no, no. Why are you running away? At least that one single Phalanxer makes you capable of reaching him even if he runs away. But still,
Phalanx are doing his job.
I am very against running away.
Being
This
a
deck.
vague positional threat over in the corner. Can't come this way.
So, not having hit that turn makes it at least a couple more turns longer.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, we won the game, so we can't have misplayed that badly, right? Because if we misplayed that badly, we wouldn't have won.
Sure, yes.
Oh god.
Turns out Lady Luck was your missing combo piece this whole time.
Yeah, it was all part of the plan. That was
Okay, my
exactly how we meant to play that game.
only issue with this game is that you didn't send good luck, have fun when you missed that lethal.
It's because we didn't realize we missed lethal, I'm telling you.
It was
No
just
idea.
such an extended BM.
All right. I'm going to quickly run to the toilet. So if you want to quit the decks, I'll be back in a second.
All right, no problem.
Amazing.
So we have Jack's True Sight Vanar coming in to deal with the Magmar. How do you feel about Jax's newfound power and cost?
I don't think it does much so far. I think the core problem of Jax is not being 6 mana, it's just being so well spread out in a faction that can buff all the minions for 4 mana, and that half the factions can't answer it. And that's just... that doesn't change the card. I don't know. The issue is you're dead next turn. The fact that you delayed by 1 turn, well, maybe it helps a bit. But I still don't think the Jax in its current form is a healthy thing to have in the game. Where not everyone has AoE, but then again, if every faction had area of effect damage, it would erase faction identity even more, so I think I would just rework Jax completely.
I don't know if I feel that way for Jax myself. I'm okay with cards like Jax existing, even if not every faction can deal with it, like, completely freely. But I also think there should be more options that kind of do similar in other matchups, so that there's balance to the chaos in that way, so to speak.
I don't think it's cancerous, because it's just a answer or die card, not more than not less. One of them, just like Whirlpool River exists, and it can do much more than Jax. It's just the Jax has support of Winner, who can remove all your minions for 6 times, 6 turns in a row, and then give 12 burst damage to Jax.
Do we know if this week was played on... was this pre or post Jax change?
This is post.
Post Jax.
Yeah, the 7 mana Jax.
Must feel bad to key Jax Venner into Magmar. But
I mean, that's just kind of what happens at the end of the game. This is why we made sure to save the Magmar to make sure that we could match it up into the NR.
yeah, what else do you have to do? You won't just concede because you're running Venner into Magmar because you're at 5/5. You have to pray and hope for something. Well, Venner has trees. They can definitely win with trees. Ancient groves. And there are also tigers that can help a lot against Magmar.
Yeah, there's definitely alternate win conditions in this deck that aren't just play Jackson Hope.
On the other hand, Illus combo deck has 2 Earth Spheres, so that can make things even more complicated for Winner.
Yeah, there is, on the other hand, there is the line where you just play Jax and hope. Maybe they don't have an answer.
True, Plasma Storm is not as effective anymore.
No, it kind of has to be Harvester, I think.
Yeah, it's Plasma Storm only if you are desperate. If you are really, really desperate, you just Metamorphosis and wait for top decking Harvester. So the Snow Chaser got dispelled, which is a rude start against Venner, but they have another one. So I guess that's just a blocker turn, clearing the Chaser, keeping them away from infiltrate, and that's it.
Yeah. I think we're just deciding exactly where we want to play our minions. I think we end up going with above and below our general, with the idea that it means they can't play like a 2-drop or a 3-drop or something, plus Snow Chaser into infiltrate. This way they can't get infiltrated.
I would honestly not be bothered about that too much. I would step one up with the Vath, played lock behind my back, and Phalanxer to their face, so that both minions are played against Dancing Blades, which are very popular in Venner. And not care if there's a Snow Chaser played.
Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, I think that's probably the play we should. I mean, there's no punish because there's no Dancing Blades in hand, but that does sound like a good idea, and kind of just looked at the wrong lines. But I mean, there's no Dancing Blades, so we're not going to get punished for it. We've also
this sound is rather awkward. On the one hand, you remove 5/5 provoke for 2. On the other hand, you return 4/4 to drop to their hand.
I think that's kind of a. They don't really have any good plays, so you may as well just like play your minions and see what you can do, right?
Yeah, you can't do much.
This turn we actually screwed up. We were meant to play the Plasma Storm before moving the Lady Lock so that we could clear all the stuff comfortably. And then move the Lady Lock, tried to click Plasma Storm and went, oh wait, oops.
Yeah. I believe the initial play was to keep them locked, unintended, and play Phalanxer next to their face with the Plasma Storm.
Yes, I believe so. But as is, I think we're just gonna clear and play Phalanxer anyway, with the Mystic to keep the lock alive. I think the Plasma Storm play, I think maybe was slightly better, but this way Plasma Storm for later, and this is maybe slightly higher tempo on board as well. So,
well, in fact, I like how this turn ended quite a lot, because healing Lady Lock is a great option, and now it's cornered, so you can't run away effectively because Dancing Blades don't clear 4/4, obviously. You don't have enough tempo to play Jax. Well, I mean, you can yellow it as the last hope and pray they don't have Harvester.
we have not actually seen any Harvesters yet. The deck has 3 of them, but and we would have kept them if we'd seen them against Jax, but none of them have come up.
So there's 10 points of damage on board, so you technically could have, well, they could have played Jax and survive for a turn.
Yeah. No. It was 10, right? So, Flash Lucidator plus Amplification would have been lethal.
1 off.
Yes, I think so. That's 8 damage.
Kind of a general hit.
Or wait, it was one-off, right? Because they hit Lady Luck with General, they would have been at 19.
Would have been one off, yeah.
But being at 1 HP as winner against Magmar, who hasn't played any Elucidators, and Macantor feels pretty over.
Well, we would have had to play the Elucidator to get into 1 HP, but yes, there's 2 more Elucidators and 3 Macantors in the deck, so... We haven't seen Macantor at this point either, which I think would have been pretty nice on that turn if we'd been able to play one of those, but we keep replacing into our 2-drops here. And we're keeping combo pieces, so... We kind of just have to play what the deck is giving us.
Well, you only miss 1 combo piece at this point.
Yeah.
Even though you don't really need it that much.
No, Fractal would do it. Second Elucidator would do it. Macantor might even do it, I think.
Yeah, Flash Macantor amplification would do a lot. Maybe not win you the game instantly, but...
Yeah. And we
Profit. This profit is cute. Oh, you don't even have Macantor. You don't have anything.
Nope.
That is sad. And they have double jacks. Oh no.
They have Jax double Razorback, yep.
Oh. You can't end like this. No.
Yeah. So this is how we lose. This is what I said at the end of the in call at the end of the game. Mac was like, "See, this is why I don't like combo with not a full selection of combo pieces." And I was like, "Mac, we have a 40-card deck. We have 2 Elucidators, which were outs. 3 Spirit Harvesters, which were outs. 3 Macantors, which would have done it like the turn before, or even this turn would have been lethal as well. And also 2 Fractal Replications, which were outs. So there's 10 cards in our deck, and there's, like 25 left in the deck, maybe? And we saw none of them for the entire game.
Oof.
And then, we play our turn, because, what if they don't have Razorbacks? And that's our draw at the end of the turn.
Yeah, 1 Razorback wouldn't have done it, but 2, no chance.
Insult to injury. And that's it. So at the start of this game, I think we were 3-4, and we were still in contention for finals. If we won that one and we won the next one, and a couple other teams lost, we still could have made it in. So we were feeling it pretty hard after that one.
Yeah, I would be very upset to lose like that, to just not drawing 1 card, or not drawing 2 cards, not drawing 3 cards, anything, nothing.
And to be fair, maybe we don't deserve to win the set after the Magmar versus Vitruvian game. But
It's gonna be hard to live that one down, right?
got through that one, and then lost the super favored matchup by drawing none of the cards we needed. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Well played to both sides. You guys had such a good set. How are you two holding up? Do you need a break, or do you want to persevere?
I'm probably just going to have to duck out now, because I'm busy in 40 minutes, and I don't think that's really long enough to get started on the second set. So I might just let you tap it.
No problem.
I think I need only 20 seconds to get some drink, and I'm ready to go further.
Yeah, feel free. I'll just get us queued up then. Second set for tonight, guys. We're going to be seeing the Lizard Lovers take on the Rook and Rollers. So, for the Lizard Lovers, we have Captain J, we have Mazer, Solafid, Bladum, Wagnerzak, and Faroka. For the Rook and Rollers, we have Poncho, Mongo, Tepid Kong, Henry Cater, Monk Business, Nicolarin, and Improbable Blob. So, these two teams, they're on pretty much the opposite end of the score spectrum. Well, the Lizards were taken down a little bit as of week 7 ending. So, I think this set, Lizards has to succeed to remain within a shot of top 4. And Rook and Rollers, they are out of it currently, but they can take the Lizards down with them if they so desire. So I will take a quick moment here. We'll get the decks loaded in. And then we'll see what all we're dealing with. Let's just hide these pictures. Alright. So we have Life Abyssian. Oh, I did this backwards. Hold on. This is the right matchup, but it's the wrong factions. Wrong teams. Right factions, wrong teams. Team 1 should be Songhai. Team 2 should be Abyssian. I got it just that deck size. There you go. This is what we're actually looking at. So we have Ming Lul, which I'm not sure what that means on the Lizard Lovers side. And it's
Probably another Twitch emote from Wazer.
is that what that is?
I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah. So we have like a Spell High list. It's featuring Owl Beast though, and I suppose with Songhai's natural Arcanist minions built in, you could call it an Arcanist Owl deck. On the other side, we have Change Abyssian, which I also don't know what change means. If they changed a particular card in their list or something else, but it is your go-to Shadow Creep Abyssian variant that we see normally.
They're going to change the world with this deck.
I thought that was Kitikaka with their list.
Maybe it was another set of named decks making one sentence. Let's make a change or something.
Can't wait
from
to
Rook and Rollers.
Yeah, it could have been.
I wonder if Ponchi is still here. I haven't seen him in chat for a while.
I'm not
It would be
sure.
interesting to see his comments as well.
Yeah, I agree. If Pasha is still hanging around, can give us that insider info, such as the replace option there. It's a pretty rough opener. Abyssian opening artifact because Dispel is so very precious against Songhai, and I would say especially against this particular Songhai deck too.
Yeah, they don't know yet, but it's Mazer with his lightning fast turns.
Mazer easily plays faster than anyone else.
I think I would be playing just as fast as if I weren't listening to my team.
He listens. Well, I don't know if he listens to his team, but yeah, he's definitely in the call participating. I think he just tunes them out really efficiently. You gotta separate the madness.
By watching Feroca's streams and Jay's streams, I think they are pretty independent in acting. They're just relying mostly on the fact that they are good players and just correcting each other occasionally.
Yeah, I'd
But
say
other
that's an
than that,
apt
just-
description. They usually chime in when they have a really strong objection to something going on, such as
And
not flashing the
then
Cantor.
they, yeah, and then they rope and lose to Regalia. So without lure, this turn is pretty awkward. Too slow against Sonkai, I would say.
I'm a little, like, turning my head a bit. Sort of like a gawking motion, because it's just, I don't know if I've ever seen Mazer play with Owl Beast before. And I'm like, what? Owl Beast in a Mazer deck?
Not in Duelyst 2, but I'm pretty sure I've seen him play Owls a bunch in Duelyst 1. Might be wrong, but I feel like it.
This is very concerning for our boy Poncho here.
So, on the other hand, Mazer doesn't have any movement spells. Like, one Juxta would pretty much end the game here. But right now, although there are two really beefy Arcanists, gladly Poncho has removal for one and Dispel for the next turn for the other. We'll see if that's too slow or not.
If Mazer doesn't manage to get some sort of movement card on the next turn, then it probably will be good enough. So all of his stuff is really out of the way. I think if he can get a backstab off, then losing, I imagine, the 4 wins here. Maybe.
I honestly don't know what Poncho is going to deal with, the Owl Beast or the 4 wins. I would personally clear the Owl Beast, just not to let it snowball further, because it can get out of hand very quickly. Just one Chakri Avatar with inner focus and it's over. With Owl Beast on table.
Well, if a Chakri hits you, then your Shroud does kill it in return. The last thing is, can you deal with the Owl afterwards? So the Owl might get out of hand.
Well, true.
I guess we'll find out right now.
Good hit for 7 damage. Haraki is a lot, and it's still alive, so Mazer has to do something about it. But there are not many options at all.
Yeah,
He
that
can go swings in your focus, suicide into 7-1.
this Araki, probably one of the most valued Arakis in all of Team Wars right now. Actually hitting for more than 5 damage.
Yeah, we are used to Arakis that are left there to pump till 11 attack and just die for free. Doing nothing.
I do
This
think
one-
they sit a little too long sometimes in the oven.
Go in my face. Interesting.
I think it makes a lot of sense. You're probably
so-
dealing with Creep Abyss, right?
Equalizing the health stats more or less by going face, and
I would need to see
Poncho
this.
has another nice arrow here.
Poncho has great solutions for this current setup. I was wondering if Mazer couldn't do that turn slightly differently, just so that Chakri doesn't die to Night Sorrow for free. But
I don't think
Poncho's...
so.
He couldn't? Alright. And Poncha's setup is nice enough. They can actually go face with that Night Sorrow.
Well, given that the all goes face, then he couldn't. But he could have hit cleared with the owl instead of going face, and then Chakri would have survived.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Actually using both answer cards here, not trading the Nice or Assassin.
No, I think this makes sense because Poncho has Revenant in hand, you have Nova in hand, you only need one more thing to hit Mazer, and the Revenant is gonna be checkmate.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense because Arcanists can't do that much out of hand damage. You're at 16 and they are surrounded pretty much, and they are very likely dead next turn to a Revenant.
I love watching Mazer play fast. See his mouse zooming all over the place. He knows exactly where he needs to put things. Alright, fortunately for Pasha, the Revenant is there when needed, so that will clean up Mazer. Very fast game. Very aggressive
quick
play.
match. And both players felt very confident in what they were doing.
Okay, this should be fun to watch. I was hoping to see this sort of deck come in. This is first week after the patch. We have wait, was there Walls Vanar in the previous set? I forget, but we have the return of Walls Vanar. Draugr Lord gets a 1 mana discount, and Walls Vanar seemed pretty popular. I was watching streams like Calvin's stream and stuff, and there was a lot of Walls Vanar being played, it felt like, on that first day. Especially.
Many people loved Wolf's winner.
You think it's almost like a
And,
nostalgia feeling. They really wanted their fix back.
Yeah, I believe many people will still not come back to it just because of the glacial nerf.
Yeah, we can see Jay is putting the glacial elementals to the test here. They are featured in the list.
Yeah, if you can pull it out, to put it in the infiltrate range, preferably outside of clearing range, then you can easily do what it used to do.
I feel like they're sort of in a Lady Lock position now. You want to wait until even later in the game. Because even as player 2, you can probably cross sides at some point. Now, I don't know how far behind you're going to be by that point. Frosty Fern, to answer your question, they nerfed Glacial by giving it the infiltrate keyword. So it must be infiltrated in order to activate its 2 damage when a Vesper is summoned. Do you swap this Rocky and play your Snow Guy? I think I would, right?
I would. I definitely would. And I think I would take the central mana tile just to deny it. To spite them.
If you take the center mana tile, though, the Iraqi can decide to help deal with one of your 2 minions. Although we can, We can see Hilo Mystic, probably the preferred minion here, is gonna make that first damage, free damage for Poncho.
This Mystic is going to be pretty big. And it stays out of Sister's range. So clearing the sister, not allowing them to ramp.
I don't know.
What would Jay even ramp into?
Yeah, I don't know if Jay can even concern himself with ramping. And his turn is kind of
Dragon
tied.
Lord?
Would she play? I guess Lord's okay with Snow Chaser on board. It's not too bad.
Yeah, I think so too. It's not bad at all. It just means your chaser doesn't die. It can hit a bunch of things.
I don't know. But I'm thinking of it. Yeah, Chaser doesn't die, but you're spending 5 mana for a T6. And if the T6 is ramping, in this specific situation, it's not hitting anything.
Does Dragon Lord still transform itself?
It does.
Because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it since playtests once.
Yeah, it still transforms itself. Personally, I wish it didn't do that. I feel like I would like a consistent truth be in effect for the game rules, and if opening Gambit happens first before the minion hits the field, it shouldn't hit itself, but it's a minor nitpick on my part.
It's very inconsistent in Duelyst. The opening gambits working both before minion hits and after minion hits. Like with it was a thing in Duelyst 1, for example, with the Vitruvian 3. How do you call it? The 5 mana one that removes stuff, bounces it, and with Scorn too.
I can't remember the name of that. Which one? Like Sirocco? Not Sirocco. That's the copy guy.
Sensual Reader. That one.
You hate that her sister doesn't let you take your mana orb first. That would actually be the correct interaction, though, because by the wording, her sister would swap and then get placed on the board. All in all, opening gambits are a fascinating mystery of Duelyst.
Discoverable mechanics.
Discoverable mechanics. Pretty nice glacial turn. Jay can maybe carry this momentum forward for a turn or two, while Poncho has to decide: do they do a lure to get rid of the glacial, or do they want to develop the 4/6 and just kill both? Well, they can't kill either of the Snow Chasers.
This position feels very good for Jay, unless Poncho has Grasp and Lure, which he doesn't. So the next turn, most likely a Razorback is coming, probably with the Waltz, so it's going to be rough for Poncho. Poncho does run one Grasp of Agony. I wonder how it turns out for him.
I think they'll be... They'll probably be generally okay without it, unless Jay does Gravity Well and Bone Chill Barrier on the same turn.
So Jay can still play Waltz and Razorback.
If he decides to do that, you get 3 walls in range at 2-1. That's not too bad.
That's not bad at all, I think. There are other options, like playing Chromatic Gold and 2 Snow Chasers and Healing Mystic.
We would need to get some developer input on that question, Frosty Fern. I'm not sure what they intend it to be doing currently. So, if Jay wants to, they could greed all of the walls and a Snow Chaser to boot.
And that's a lot of walls.
If you're feeling confident that they might not have Grasp of Agony, could be okay. Alright, didn't go all in on the walls. I like these shapes from Jay though. It's like the little sections. He's got his wall army, he's got the Snow Chaser army, and then he's got the Mystic in the back line.
If he replaces into Aspect of the Fox to follow it with Razorback, that would be devastating.
Would it be that devastating?
4, 4, 4 plus 5 plus 2. 19 damage, that would be lethal. Even if Poncho clears 2 walls. So yeah, I think that would definitely be devastating.
Right, I'm like just looking at the hand. I'm thinking 3 things go down, so it'll be 8, 10 with the general. It'll definitely hurt.
Well, now it's not as good, obviously, because 1 body is lost for Razorback value.
Yeah, I didn't see Poncho settling for any other play. Only because if they did a single 2-drop, then they were playing both of the 2 drops and Crawler.
He decides to trade into a Snow Chaser.
I think it's not bad to get
Here
Snow
goes
Chaser
the
off the
sister.
table there. These walls won't
think
transform with Draugr Lord.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of 3 mana Gravity Well at all. I don't think I've ever used it in this iteration.
I like the card conceptually. I just think it needs probably a little more support from other new cards, you know. And then it can probably thrive. For Provoker tokens for 3 mana, it's a pretty good deal, I think.
I think so too. Well, I'm pretty glad that it doesn't have too much support, because I've got Wanderer Car flashback, so that casts 4/2/3 provokes for 2 mana, and that was absolutely disgusting.
Just wait until they find a way to, like, turn the Bloodbound spells into just spell cards or something, so Kara kind of comes back. But you can Twilight
Yeah,
Sword
remember
and
the-
stuff.
The initial car that buffed all her minions in hand.
There were a
Yeah,
lot of
triple
iterations
dagger,
of those
beautiful.
kinds of things, yeah. Do some hand buffing. Hand buff banner. So,
Poncho now can do something about the board, for sure. But is it enough?
6
Well, Jay
damage
doesn't have.
Shadow Nova. You could take out the 2 walls next to you and the Dancing Blade. And then there's only 8 damage threatening you on this turn.
I think he would still be dead to another Razorback with Sister.
Yes. I don't
pretty
know if
lazy
they can
to
avoid
count right
that.
now with that many minions.
Oh wait, I'm an idiot. That's Jay's. Not Jay's. It's not Jay's Dancing Blades. I shouldn't be mathing that in. Okay.
Running away, clearing his path. I like it. The less minions, the better. And he's playing creep, so apparently he wants to run away until he casts the cards that win the game in the later stages.
Pacha bought some good time with that turn. Razorback kind of out of position now. Dancing Blades tied up, dying.
He's also running away from infiltration range.
Jay might have a fairly weak turn here. I'm guessing we drop down some walls to keep Patramongo in the center, since we're relying on Snow Chasers.
Yeah, I think Jay can just hope to draw more Razorbacks or Draugr Lords to finish him off next turn, but we see that Poncho now has that one off Grasp of Agony. Which is going to be decisive in this set.
I don't think that's lethal, right? Because we can grass with 7 mana card, and we have 4, so that's 10, 13.
Six, 10, 13, yes.
I think Jay's okay.
13 damage.
Jay...
But the clear is...
the clear is amazingly good, yeah. I think we'll see... The grass definitely hit the wall on the right. It just hits the most things and the general. Probably Shadow Nova takes out the stuff on the top left and you just leave. You leave the Razorback up, I guess. That's my prediction anyway. Could also walk away from the walls instead of hitting them all, I guess.
I think you Shadow Nova the 2 chasers in general, and then... I'm not sure which wall I would hit, honestly. Maybe the one directly below Poncho to clear
I could
Razorback and 4 walls.
I can see merit to hitting the one below. Jay knows his numbers pretty well, so he's probably fairly confident that there's no way. Alright, not Jay. Pacha knows his numbers pretty well. He's probably pretty confident that Jay isn't going to be able to, even Hearth Sister Razorback isn't going to kill him, and Hearth Sister Double Razorback isn't viable because it costs too much.
So there's aspect of the mountains which can add 5 damage, but it costs so much.
And if you play an aspect, you can set up a Fenrir guy.
I can see 14 damage, so he's one of, actually. with the aspect of the mountains and sister.
Yeah.
That was dangerously close. After all those fancy
Wait,
plays from Poncho.
did he just replace an aspect? Wouldn't that have been lethal?
No, he had aspect. He
So
had aspect and sister, and Jay was one of.
right, but mountain plus. Oh, there wasn't a second thing to transform. For a minute, I thought he could get the
Yes.
fox and the mountain to hit.
Yes, the fox didn't render any additional damage
But what if
because sister has 3
What if you
and
swapped?
Razorback has 4.
No, it's the same amount of damage. Yeah.
Mm,
No, wait, hold. There had to
So-
be a way.
so close and so far.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Really close situation here.
Both players want to kill each other, but they have to clear every turn.
Yeah,
It's
Poncho
funny to see.
has the lethal, but the Snow Chaser's in the way and cannot
Yeah,
equip
he's one
blades.
off too. Just one off. But Poncho has a bit more of a chance to win by running away because of all the late game cards that reach anywhere. He could even Revenant the sister or this. Yes, just a nice clear, and I think he stays out of range.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah, I'm looking at Jay's hand. Draugr Lord buff means you can How does Glacial Elemental work with Draugr Lord? Does it shoot or does it transform first?
I don't know, honestly.
I guess we'll find out. It does not shoot, and Jay concedes immediately because he didn't know either. Okay, well, that's
Oops.
good knowledge to have for the Vanar players. Your Glacial does not proc off of Draugr.
Discoverable. Well,
That's
it makes sense because it's opening gambit, but yeah.
yeah. So
Oh, I recalled what was the change in Draugr Lord's opening gambit. You used to be able to skip it in playtests, but then they changed it. So now it always transforms everything.
oh wait, that was actually a skippable ability. That's pretty wild.
Yes, you had to put the Draugr Lord and then click anywhere on the battlefield. That's
Huh.
what I remember.
All right. Well, coming in now is that Life Abyssian list that we saw. So we have a Zurail. I suppose this is like the new age Big Abyss. We do have Darkfire Sax for ramping with the new, not really new, but I guess reverted Dark Transform as well for some removal.
It's the first time I've seen 3 Dark Transforms. Maybe ever. Not sure. At least in tournaments.
Vladimir is sharing Draugr Lord. Never intended to be skippable, but the code was tricky. I didn't even realize it was skippable at some point. I don't usually play with the cards, so that's probably why.
It was extremely popular during playtests. So yeah, I tried it as well myself, and it was. Which I think is pretty interesting to have that option. Not sure if it's too busted actually. At least for interactive kind of decks that tend to be underwhelming compared to non-interactive ones.
feel like it would mostly be niche, such as the situation that just passed by, but it could be interesting to have it be skippable. Vladimir is saying the rule of thumb is if it's targeted, it's skippable, and if it's untargeted, it is not. And Draugr would be a global hit, so that does make sense. It's a fine rule to have.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Poncho opening with the artifact 2 games in a row. And we have a nice Jaxi opener 2 from WAG.
And Poncho has 13 minions to play on turn 1, if we consider 2 shrouds. Which should be enough, but apparently not. Yeah, the early game for Poncho is pretty rough. It's something, but it's doesn't feel good to start with.
They're at least getting potential creep development, because on the flip side, Ragnazak's response here is not the best as well.
Well, lizard lovers don't run crawlers, so he can't just do the classic move on placing his crawler on the creep tile.
Very true. Yeah, no
So
flip-flop in here.
Yeah, that crawler can be handy for the future Novas. Currently, 2-2 Jaxi used to be an absolute staple in 2016. It was in every deck as 3-off, just as one of the best 2-drops in the game. Right now it's very underused, but yeah, it's been changed to not be such a gamble. Random corner spawn, yeah.
I know it doesn't get the corner spawning, but I am surprised with the buff and HP. Jaxi hasn't seen a little bit more interest working with it.
Spectral Blade, a nice answer to Araki that hasn't grown too much yet.
WAG could have done a couple things on that turn too. They didn't need to equip Spectral Blade there. General could have traded with the Crawler, and then their Rejuve could have traded. I know Rejuve would be standing on Shadow Creep though. So opting to preserve this Rejuve for later rather than... I suppose the only other play was developing another one with a Wag's hand.
So I think Poncho's turn is pretty obvious here.
Well, maybe.
And maybe, technically, yes, but I don't believe in that. I wonder
keep
what
your DB
like
for I don't know why you would keep DB and do a tempo Night Sorrow. You could protect the Night Sorrow if you put it on the bottom right of the general after it walks down to.
Yes, but why? What for?
I have no idea. Okay, we actually
I
throw
wonder
Night
what...
Sorrow away.
Maybe Poncho is considering replacing something. Yeah.
Yeah, they
That's
replaced.
why he was standing there for. So...
Very interesting decision here. I kind of like it.
Yeah, denying 7 mana for Ambition makes a lot of sense.
Delaying those powerful cards just by 1 turn is a really good idea. I'd say worth taking 3 damage over at this point in the game.
So, I'm curious what Wag's turn here is. Apparently it's the spell. Not hitting him with the face to play Night Sorrow.
I think it's a good opportunity to use the spell. Your Night Sorrow is probably better served answering Revenants, which you know are there. Dancing Blades is the biggest other thing. Unless you are Wag, playing Vorpal Weavers in 0L.
I like having one of Sacrifice in the deck with Zerael, if not for the bug that made it unplayable for that time.
Don't you want to live the dream, though? Where you sack 2 things and then play Zerael on 5 and get them back?
Well, yeah, I mean, you didn't get them by combat week.
Right.
But
Turn bug week. This is still bug Zerael, I think. I thought he was just not spawning in tokens that die. And that was the problem. Was he having a problem spawning in things that get sacrificed?
Not sure. I can't make any statements.
Huh.
Haven't played that, really.
Waggy is playing Darkfire Sack Creep Abyssian, yes. Is new DT good? It's better than its previous incarnation, and better than it's ever been before, right?
It's a very prominent zero lining. Like, is it good? It's better than it used to be.
The competition for removal is getting fierce, you know? Everything is like 2 mana or 3 mana now with Vitruvian's change, so is 4 mana good enough?
I don't think so. If it denied Dying Wish effects or something, it would be good, but it leaves a minion, but a minion doesn't do too much in current Abyssian because nobody plays synergy cards that support Swarm. Even Darkfire Crescendo is such a rare card to see. That minion is just a 1 health point off something. Doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, Darkfire's definitely lacking along with the whole Swarm package. At least, I think for Team Wars. I don't know what the ladder situation is. I haven't played in the past 2 weeks because I've been busy.
Well, now with the Plasma Storm change, I don't think we are going to see Blood Moon Priestess ever again in tournaments.
She
Just
showed up
real now.
sometimes, right? With old Plasma, which was worse than new one.
Yeah, I think old Plasma was the biggest buff to Obelisk Veteran ever before, because you knew that nobody would just play that Plasma ever. So you could play Obelisks freely. Anyway, so here we have...
Huh.
Lethal.
I was looking at the damage numbers. They didn't quite have it, but I guess Wag wasn't feeling too confident there. So Waggy goes down. Poncho is on a killing spree at the moment. He is 3-0 with Abyssian. You know, what are your general thoughts on Abyssian's overall strength? Because I think even though they've been hit recently a lot, their performance is still really good. And the fact of the matter is, through Team Wars history too, Abyssian has been the faction that swept the most. They have like 5, 6 sweeps alone.
Yeah, and, like 4 of them is our team, which is ridiculous. I think Abyssion is. I've heard a bunch of times that their main strength is that they have no really bad matchups, so it's the perfect faction to lead with, and they can overcome the vast majority of other decks if you just draw skillfully.
Yeah, I
I
agree
think
with
their
that.
strength is. I think Abyssion is in a good position. It doesn't feel. It reminds me of Songhai a lot because Abyssion is more or less the same deck in most cases. So it's just 3 Novas, 3 Revenants, 3 Assassins, 3 Blood Tears, Void Pulse, and most likely Araki and Healing Mystic. And you've got few spots left to choose from.
Yeah, their
To choose
kit
for.
is strangely warped in its power. So, I think their endgame stuff is really exceptional, right? It offsets their weaker early game, but if you look at the stats, and this is all going on the stats, Abyssian has almost a 50% ratio with every faction, and they're slightly stronger against Magmar in Team Wars. So they're really pretty well balanced off, I guess, if you're looking
I
for
think
being in that
they're.
ratio.
I agree that they feel pretty well balanced at the moment. And the quote unquote faction identity that they have poor early game and strong late game is still there. Although I'm not sure about poor early game anymore because in Duelyst 2, most factions just play neutral true drops anyway. Like, except for Lionel, right?
I'd say and Magmar, because they got the boy recently.
Magma, yes. Lionel and Magma. Everybody else just plays Mystic, Primus Fist, Blood Tier, Araki in some factions.
Yeah.
So, and Abyssion doesn't have that drawback as a real drawback of other factions having strong 2-drops because other 3 factions don't.
I guess in comparison to the majority, then they really are on par for the most part.
At least Abyssion is very fair in the regard of what to expect from it. It's always the same, on same mana counts.
Yeah, until they can change their archetypes up a little further. They all have the same ending plan, unless you're Sarlacc, and you just want to make a bunch of Sarlaccs, which I like the idea behind the Sarlacc deck, only because it's different.
You can mix up things pretty far in Abyssin with the addition of nether summonings and how do I call it? The sacrifice for 3 mana removal, even without Sarlacc.
The ritual banishing?
Yes, ritual banishing. It hasn't been used the last 2 weeks for some reason. For some reason, I haven't even seen Sarlacc last like 3 weeks.
I've noticed that change in trend too.
I don't know why, because I don't see cards that would influence that directly.
Well, I wonder if it's kind of funny storytelling because you don't see something else at the moment. We haven't seen it this week at all yet, I don't think. Senrui. It's kind of hit the back foot for some reason. At least in Team Wars. Again, I don't know how the ladder situation is.
Well, it was week 8 when Druids played a lot of Zenruis. They were running 3 Zenruis, right? And they used them very effectively.
Did they run their Senruis? Have we done their game yet? I don't know if we've done their game yet.
Yeah, I finished watching it right before starting this stream when Simon was commenting his own games. And yeah, they were running 3, I think, then Zenruis.
Okay, I might be mistaken then with the weeks. But the Zenruis, they were popular, so I feel like they chased off the Sarlaccs, probably. But now they're not, or I haven't noticed as many. Maybe they were in the Juve's Disciple set. I remember seeing in comments chats mentioning Thorn Needler. And I think that was the most glossed over card. Everyone's kind of like, Thorn Needler, oh, he keeps his stats, who cares?
Thorn Needler would be good if Scorn was present, but like this, I
Yeah.
don't think it's too interactive. It's in a place of Giago, if you remember that card. Do you remember it?
Which one?
Giago, 5-drop, basically neutral Iron Cliff, 110 provoke that grew with every hit in Duelyst 1.
Man, I don't remember that card at all. 110? Oh, wait. It was like the giant blue guy with the cleaver.
Yes.
I do remember that card.
So, the thing is, nobody ever hit that card because it made no sense. You would just stand next to it for 3 turns until you find a removal, or you remove it right away. So, and I think Thorn Needler is sharing the same concept because you don't want to hit it, and it would just be awkward to use for both players because the owner would want to buff it and the opponent would not like to buff it, and it would just stay standing there waiting for the right moment or until the opponent draws a removal.
Oh yeah, that's the exact situation it's in right now. With that in mind, because it gains 2 attack, and now that it's permanent, it could be okay in the future again. It's gonna need more self-damaging style cards to really make that work.
It would be amazing if Arclight Sentinel actually dealt damage to your minions. Just imagine buffing it for 4. But like this,
Okay. It would gain 3 buffs, right, with Arclight if it did damage. That would be kind of nutty. So by that logic, though, would it be good with Kinetic Equilibrium? Because you zap it for 2 and you buff it for 2? That's only +4 though, right?
That's +4.
That's not good enough.
I could talk about Equilibrium for a bunch. I just want to note that I like Poncho just luring the Ironcliffe away and playing a 4-drop instead of playing Night Sorrow Assassin. clear Ironcliff.
Yeah, Pacha says that Ironcliff's not coming back.
Yeah,
This
like,
is
why bother?
Jay. There's no magnetize in this list.
Next turn I've got Breath and Night Sorrow, who cares? Jay is really low.
Yeah, we were going on a bit of a tangent there, and I'm not even sure how Jay ended up at 8 HP, and they have no healing in hand. That's kind of concerning for them right now.
Yeah, Abyssal is on 7 mana and... Wait, no, you don't replace it.
Yeah, I was about to
You-
say, isn't this the
you
best Breath of the Unborn you are going to ever see in this matchup?
Yeah, and you can kill the Ironcliff too. With Night Sorrow. It will be away from the general, but it will just clear everything.
Wow, I'm shocked. If that went replaced, I guess Poncho, yeah, wants the Dancing Blade and set up. Maybe they ignore the Windblade and just hit face. Yeah,
With
okay.
Spectral Blade.
I understand why this was preferred over Breath.
I see, yeah. Although, that's pretty risky against the faction that runs the most healing.
Yeah, but their healing
Right.
was nerfed, right? Only 4 HP heals. Oh, look, speaking of the card.
I'm 5 seconds past you, but now I see it, yeah.
Ah, right, yeah, you're on the actual stream feed.
I would be concerned of Ironcliff getting to my face and the ability to corner provoke. Although corner provoke would be pretty bad against Nova, but still. I would have played that Breath with Night Sorrow.
I'm not sure what I would have done. I think there is merit to taking the gamble because it could pay off really high. But at the same time, you didn't have an answer in hand, so... And this is the exact kind of turn Jay needs to maybe swing this in his favor.
Yeah, now he's coming back with a huge Ironcliff that Poncho has ways to deal with, but it just dealt 3 damage and you have to spend 3 mana now on it, in addition to all the other things.
And Poncho can deal with the entire board here using his whole hand. Well, sans the grass, but... Do they stick to the face plan? Maybe just leave the blood tier up this time.
I'm curious what's going to happen. He can technically play Night Sorrow to kill Ironcliff, then play Night Sorrow and Grasp on the 3/5 to push more face damage.
Would you feel comfortable going down to 9 just to push 3?
No. Absolutely not.
Possible play change here. We have a Revenant in hand.
Oh,
I'm pretty...
I think you just clear the Sunriser, right, and Night Sorrow the... Oh, wait, you can't.
Did Poncho misplay that there? It looked like they wanted the grass, but maybe they roped at the end. I'm not sure what happened, as it didn't go off.
Maybe, not sure either. And that Grasp could have mattered, because if he had another Revenant, that would be 6 damage. But now, if Jay had Elixir, well, Anyway, that's just the theory talks, but I think that Grasp should have been played to make sure Jade does not heal out of range of the second Revenant. If he had healed from 1 to 5, he would be dead to another Revenant. Right now he can heal to 8, and Poncho would still be provoked, so he can't win just with a Revenant. Well, but Jay didn't heal, so...
Yeah, that was a pretty complex setup that was created. Jay didn't really have the tools to survive Poncho's hand. And funnily enough, the reason why is because he held on to the grasp. But I suppose that 3 damage would have been tacked on the previous turn.
Yeah, everything went well for Poncho. So, 4 games in a row for Abyssian.
We might be witnessing the Abyssian sweep. The Rook and Rollers are spanking the Lizards right now. We have
Another one.
we have the Lizards love coming out though. Everything Magmar. But it's not a 55 card Magmar deck like we've seen earlier.
Not quite everything.
Now, this one's kind of a classic mid-range list. The main difference I'm noticing is we do see new Plasma Storm is making its way into the deck, and there's some cuts in the mid-range section to fit said Plasma Storm.
So, I think we have seen this deck at least a couple times before. I definitely recognize Archons being in Lizard Lover's deck, Magmar deck. Also the name, everything rings a bell, so...
Yeah, this list here is kind of like a tried and true one for the Lizards, I feel like. Fair warning to everyone, I may have to do some hoodwinking on my end because my headphones battery is low. I'll go as long as I can. But if I have to take them off, then I'll get my microphone as far away from my computer as I can so there's no audio feedback from the monitor.
So, we are witnessing Feroka, who I haven't seen for a couple of weeks, I think.
Yeah, Feroka's been pretty busy with his relearning Dutch for his new job that he has. It's nice to see Feroka participating here once more.
What do you think on playing the Lizard on middle tile against Abyssian?
I think it's okay. Against Abyssian, they don't really want to... They're not going to contest you doing that, you know, on average. They're not going to prevent you from taking that middle mana tile. So it can be a good way to force them to do Turtle Opener as the only viable response. I think one advantage of middle opener compared to the, I guess, classic or traditional opener is that you limit the other player to openings that they normally have access to. Such as Forehead or Bladum. You can still do those, but they're going to be a lot weaker when you do the middle opener. Now, with that in mind, it's a good thing that Faroka intimidated Poncho here because they had no play. Unless they rant. Well, they could have flashed, I guess.
Triple Archon in hand.
That is a lot of sorcerer action.
I don't think Archon is particularly good against Abyssian. At least Creep Abyssian. It becomes good only at 6-7 mana. And before that it just gets removed with Night's Arrows, most likely.
It's hard to see, what Archon is doing for you, but it can be fairly life-saving, just denying the Shadow Nova turns. I think there's a couple other situations.
It feels good to think that you're denying something.
Yeah.
Like with Kishrai, you just play it and smile widely.
And then
Actually,
you see your opponent's perspective, and there are like 4 minions in hand.
and you're like, next time it will matter. Well, I think, actually, thinking about it again, I think 4-5 mana Archon is not bad against Abyssian. It's pretty much worth it. For 6 mana it would be worse, because it still gets removed with Night's Arrow.
I do think currently, and we see the situation play out here. It makes the Abyss turn slightly less flexible because only Blood Tier. No, I guess the Void Pulse Night Sorrow basically becomes Blood Tier Night Sorrow, only worse. So you're not leaving the body behind.
It's good they have mana to play it still. If they were at 4, it would. Actually, it wouldn't make a difference. Well, in comparison to... I have issues explaining myself at the moment.
Hey, that's quite alright.
But yeah, they can just play it and pretend as nothing happened. Because they would have one spare mana anyway. So yeah, Archon gets assassinated.
But does it pave the way for his brother Archon to be developed? I think so.
Now the big lizard can come back to doing stuff, and I was pretty surprised by Poncho's turn to play. I was expecting luring the 4-5 and killing it with Spectral Blade and the Alchemist, but that didn't happen. Instead, Poncho decided to lure it away.
Yeah, maybe
And
Poncho.
claim the smaller lizard.
Maybe they wanted to hold on to their resources for Harvester and Elder. I think the Lizard Lovers have ran Elder in every week.
Maybe. Playing this one to the face. Interesting.
Probably of the mindset if they have it again, you don't mind because they're not developing anything, and if they have it again with the minion variation, you have Megantor to punish them on the next turn, so you don't care.
Makes sense. But they don't have a Knight's Arrow. I think Poncho just ends up luring it away.
If you lure, you can't develop that Dancing Blades on this turn. Do you just
Or
take
you
the
can
5
just
and
mark
hit
it.
it?
Yeah, probably. You need bodies against Magmar. Unfortunately, the Spectral Blade can be removed so that Macantor provides value it does.
Ooh, that replaced though. Yeah, I don't know if Macantor is gonna see the light of day now.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe.
maybe. Alright, thinking everyone gets the most optimal play. Would Elder be bad here if you expect Shadow Nova or Revenant as the follow-up for the Abyssian player? Would it be better to get the Macantor out on this turn?
I think I would honestly play 2 Macantors in a row. Whatever happens, like, no matter what, 2 Macantors in a row, and at 8 mana you just play Flash Windy Elder and you don't replace anything. You just deal 4 face damage this turn, 4 face damage next turn, and 9 plus 2 another turn. So feels good for Magmar because Feroka is high on HP. I would definitely be playing 2 Macantors and keeping Elder for Vindicator finisher.
I like that exact line of play, but I only like it because Feroka had everything in hand already. So we're not relying on drawing, like, say,
Yeah,
a Vindicator
he had
to
perfect
rush
hand.
out. So with that in mind, Poncho is they can't heal and they can't escape because of the Macantor positioning. I think they're dead next turn to Flash Elder Vindy. Or no, that's an 8 mana turn, right?
It's 1 mana short yet. I think it would be viable to clear the egg with your face and Dancing Blades the Macantor even. Although, never mind, you can't really cover, so
Could have been an
I think
interesting line of play there.
I think this is optimal. Yeah, I think you just hit face with Macantor because next you could be dead if the Poncho plays what? If he plays face Revenant plus lure to the existing Revenant if Feroka ignores it, dealing 10 plus 2, 12 damage. So if Feroka doesn't heal and hit face here, he can die to to Revenant lure next turn. But I think he's pretty safe. He can just play a Macantor and not hit the face with his general.
Poncho doesn't even need lure. Or they can't cast that on the next turn, they only have 8 mana. But I think because the egg is there, Feroka is in a precarious position, depending on what they do. There's definitely at least 8 to 10 damage coming his way, more than likely, if he didn't answer the Revenant there.
So Feroka decided not to ignore the Revenant. I think I would.
If you're at
I guess.
15, maybe if you don't hit 2 and go to 13.
I guess he expects to hit his face with at least something next turn, either Mystic or General, to finish off Poncho. But we see that Poncho can just go bottom left and play Dancing Blaze to avoid that and live for a couple more turns potentially.
As long as
Or
Poncho
he can
stays
use-
out of range, he'll be safe on 1. Oh. Poncho has chosen Smork as their ultimate fate. A lethal mistake.
Grave mistake. Well, if he had cleared the Mystic with Revenant, I think he would just get Macantered, which he tried to play around, but when you hit by Macanter and you just die a turn later and that's it. Not much of a difference.
Yeah, I think it was kind of like you're stalling out the inevitable here. To Poncho's credit, though, it was a very close game. It was almost going either way. So here we
It
have
was
a
definitely
we have a fun Arcanist Songhai list here featuring Eclipse as a one of.
Eclipse is amazing. I love that card so much.
I unironically think Eclipse is good, especially in Songhai, because Inner Focus makes it kind of ridiculous. But I think it's good if the meta has a lot of big minions, because it can do as much or more damage than a spiral technique for less mana. See Bladum doing the ... is that because of Noed's joke? 4 times Eclipse. That's a good one, Noed.
Yeah, the name of the deck itself is Eclipse Squared,
Squared, yeah.
so makes sense.
You can always count on the Rook and Rollers to have fun with their decks, both in creation and naming.
I think generally over Eclipse, if it was regarding Songhai specifically, I would play Viper over it if I rely on Inner Focus. But this is an Arcanist deck, so I think the point is just playing it not necessarily with Inner Focus even, just to give it more health. And although you can still play it after Owl for 6 mana and 3 Inner Focus, and it will still gain health, which is fun.
All about the fun. Viper might be a little bit more flexible. It's also doing spiral technique worth of damage, even sooner than Eclipse, but maybe a little more restricted on it.
Nicklar playing that Mana Forger on turn 1.
I think turn 1 Mana Forger is okay. Well, you know what? Magmars in the past few weeks, they had been abandoning Nat Select. Lizard Lovers have
that's
brought
what
it back this week.
Yeah, usually they throw it away, but this time they actually run it. But I think turn 1 Mana Forger makes sense because against Magmar, if they have natural selection, it eats it anyway, sooner or later. Just inevitably.
To answer your question,
he-
Noed, I think Faroka has a 41 card deck. Yes, he has one extra card.
41 plus general, so 2 extra cards.
Ah, you know what? It is 42. No, I think I counted right. It's 30, 36, 3 in hand. 2 things on the field is 41, including general. Right?
I'm just losing. I'm just looking at the deck picture, and it says 31 minions and 10 spells, which makes 41 plus general, so 42.
That is weird. There's a discrepancy here. I won't worry about it.
So Boar going face.
Boar going face. I respect it.
Yeah, saying you either take another 3 face damage or trade your precious for 3 into that. I dare you.
I take the 3. I challenge the Songhai and put a second veteran down, block both mana tiles. Maybe I'm a
I would
little
do the same.
crazy.
I would definitely tank it with my face.
I do not have interesting stats on deck sizes. It would take a little effort on my part to do it, and I don't really feel like doing that. But so far, we've seen mostly 40 card decks. There have been a couple that go over by 1 or 2 cards, and there's been a 55 card Magmar deck. There was another 55 card deck too. There were 2 55 card decks so far. So results say that you either play to the competitive norms or you play to the absolute extreme of max card size. There's no in between. There's no like 50 card deck. It has to be 55.
Yeah, either so up to 43 and there's a gap, and then like 53, 55. Not much in between at all. Probably none. Nick Lauren taking it slow here. Not much to do.
Oh man, if you're Faroka, do you just set up the lizard forces and send it in? Or maybe you dispel the Mana Forger. That has to be way too hazardous to leave up.
Yeah, if you are not clearing 4 wounds and they have Mana Forger, it just goes red on the dangerometer, right? And they haven't the Eclipse. We can see that. That would be... Oh, that hand looks devastating. Yeah. You have to do something about the board as Feroka.
There is...
My counter does not do much here.
No. I think Faroka already replaced too. You could kill the Mana Forger with the Macantor. Now we're seeing lizards being developed.
That feels like such a waste. Against faction that has no problem dealing 3 damage or killing it for free with Kaido in their focus stuff.
I'm genuinely concerned for Faroka's health here. There's what, 7, 8, 10, 12 damage that can hit him just with the stuff in his hand before Heaven's Eclipse happens.
I haven't even counted, yeah. he also dispelled 4 winds. I'm not sure. Both minions are the same threat, considering full hand.
Yeah, this is always a really hard call to make. The Mana Forger 4 win split is so threatening in Songhai. I think I tend to prioritize the mana discounts because in my head I say, how many times can I really get pinged by the 4 wins Magi, right? 3 maybe? But the healing can lose you a game, honestly. Like, Nicolaren's at 13 here. I don't know if Faroka can pull off 13 damage on the following turn, but he's certainly close to threatening that much. Actually, I think he can kill Nicolaran on the next turn if he doesn't heal, so maybe he made the right call. This Tuskpor, though.
Yeah, that might have been what Faroka was thinking about. So why just prevent him from healing and kill him next turn?
Oh, I think
Potentially.
Nicolaran missed lethal because of those draws.
Who?
On Nicolaran. So if he had moved he just says well played. If Nicolaran moved the Mana Forger up and played the board to take the mana tile, that guaranteed you could miss Dragon Seal. And then after the Heaven's Eclipse, they had like 2 more Inner Foci. That would have been 6 damage on Vath. Plus the 12 we tallied earlier. Yeah, I think they missed a chance there.
And the fact that he didn't even try to hit face later, I think he might have roped that badly.
That could have been a bad rope turn, yeah. The well played was thrown out.
Feels a bit sad.
Alright, well, with that, Faroka is putting a dent in the Rook and Rollers, bringing things back a little bit. We have a new concept, Lionar, coming in. Arguably, I don't know if I can agree with the title because it looks like a healing Lionar list to me.
Yeah, it looks absolutely classic here. I guess the name refers to the deck size, and that's it.
Oh, wait, how big are we looking, right?
No, that's 40 cards. I thought it was more, but no. Nothing conceptually new that I can spot.
Well, I suppose we'll find out in execution.
That's just a name.
It's a sarcastic deck name. Yeah, that is
absolutely standard.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's probably ironic intentionally.
The single shroud over third rejuvenator is the whole new concept, for sure.
Don't they usually have one Lightbender crammed in there? It's been taken out. It's a completely new deck.
I haven't seen Lightbenders for a while, which I think makes more sense. It just doesn't feel good, especially since we haven't seen Sarlacc too.
Yeah, I think the single target dispel options suffice for the time being. You don't usually have to do a lot of mass dispelling currently. And the transformation effects that exist in Vanar and Magmar are pretty sufficient at keeping things that way.
I think the main 2 factors are that Shroud has a decent 2/2 body that goes extremely well with the Lady Luck or First Wish. And
yeah,
second
it
reason
could all
is
boil down to Lady Luck's synergy.
Plus, Lightbender feels good in one draw, but it feels pretty bad in 2 draw. You'd rather play something else on the same turn. in most cases.
We have the
It's also a bit awkward to dispel creep because it stays on the tile.
maybe a little bit. Well, creep
But
it's too unpredictable on where creep will end up too. Sometimes you have to go out of your way to hit those tiles. Classic turn 2 play from Furoka. He does the lizards proud. Poncho debating on keeping that. Holy no, never mind.
I guess we're just witnessing the passive Sunriser.
I like passive Sunriser. It's one of the few cards that, at the very least, especially when you're as player 2 doing it, it gets your opponent to get off your face if they can answer it.
It's very good at holding them back. It feels very close to Tegeti. Just nobody wants to approach that.
Tegeti.
Probably my favorite Magmar card.
Was a very iconic effect for sure.
Never forget it.
Yeah, and the little quips that the community made up with her. Alright, here begins the standoff. I'm sure we'll see Archon hit the field somewhere safe, and then Furoka probably... If I know my Lionor and Magmar matchups well, he may just take a overall defensive position, and then we'll have a board war.
Yeah, probably. I wonder, I'm very curious, if Furoka had Flash, would he play Flash Vindicator Archon to clear the Sunriser?
Ooh. That would be a pretty spicy play, but I like it. I don't know if Furoka would do it, but I would probably do that if you had the option.
I think I would do that too. So you don't have to play around Immolation for now, for one turn. Actually, even for 2 turns, considering it's Archon, blocking Immolation for 1 mana.
Yeah, it's nice to take that concern off the table. I'm really curious how Poncho continues. A warning in advance too for everyone watching, because I see Poncho's hand is still grayed out. If this is the game I'm thinking it is, this replay actually got bugged on player 2 side, and I don't even know why. Like, no one played Keeper of the Veil or anything, which usually breaks
Yeah,
the
I was
replay.
about to say, he decided to replace a card, so he has 5 cards, he replaced 1 and nothing appeared.
Yeah, so his hand is going to be bunk for the whole match, unfortunately.
We're getting Fog of War.
Yeah, it'll slowly become foggier and foggier as he plays stuff out. Because I think it just doesn't draw into his hand. It was one of the weirdest desyncs I've seen.
Okay, next Ironcliff. I guess
Ironcliff right in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised by that. I guess it trades favorably into two of the things. It still feels like you're kind of offering it up. You could have like had it near your general or something. Just lock the 6/6 down. Because you don't buy enough CK men's underwear, Ramses. No, I don't know why. I don't get to choose the ads Twitch runs on my channel. They own me, not the other way around.
What is hilarious is that that Metamorphosis would be wonderful for Firoka here, but he can't cast it because of his own Archon.
It's a bit awkward. You can, if you're willing to sack your stuff, just play Harvester though. Your Archon practically dies.
It feels very bad to me to play.
The other funny thing is Firoka couldn't flash Elder either because it costs 6.
Yeah. Can't flash Elder, can't flash Vindicator, Harvester.
That's kind of
Can't do it.
unfortunate.
A lot of things, yeah. Anti-value to a huge degree with that Archon.
It's gonna be hard to predict what Poncho can do as they have a full hand of 6 cards as we see on the top of the screen. But we can only see half of the hand. And
Well,
they
we
may
see
not
that
even be
place.
correct.
I think that's enough to conclude what's happening. But 6-3 standing naked, exposed to dancing blades.
I don't know.
So-
What Poncho like? Yeah, Dance Blade's probably the obvious thing that happens here.
I think if he has Martyrdom, he just goes 1 up and Martyrdoms the Vindicator. And that's the turn.
I
If he
feel like
does-
I would hold my Martyr. Because I would be aware that they likely have Elder. It's your only answer to stopping Elder is Tempest Martyr. Right?
True.
Do it, Firoka. Hit him in the face.
It's happening.
Not
Poncho has-
rushing the thing out yet.
Poncho has formidable board too.
Yeah, I like this matchup. This is the duelist we all want to play, right?
Yeah, when you have to think at least 1 turn in advance and consider respect minions. Play with positioning.
Look at
Yeah.
that, Martyr Tempest. That is a nice answer for Poncho.
Not giving them too much health too.
Firoka can do it again.
He absolutely can. Even with the rush.
Yeah, I would like giving it rush this time around. You can protect the egg and clear a minion. And clear the whole board.
Well, you can play Metamorphosis and maybe you rush Alchemist.
Yeah, that is another option. You don't really need to, though, I feel like.
You don't even have to rush the Alchemist. You can just play Metamorphosis and Alchemist, clear the whole board, and keep the 1/1 active
Huh.
with the ability.
Well, Furuka is going for the Rushed Alchemist into face. I think that means Harvester is getting played. Yeah.
Apparently.
So what do you think about Harvester in this position as opposed to just like in the enemy's face?
I think that's good right now because
Because meta's in hand.
Poncho has 6 cards. He either has to remove it or develop board, which feels awkward against Harvester. And Furuka can just play Elder next turn without caring about the egg too much because it doesn't die immediately. And hit all the minions that Poncho develops.
That's why I would maybe think about putting it near Poncho, because if you want to do the Elder thing, you're gonna want your Harvester off the board again already.
So Poncho is running 3 Alchemists. He can technically play Alchemist Immolation, and that would be not a bad turn, and then develop some 2-drop in a staircase manner to play around Macantor. To play around good Macantor at least.
We see the Grand Master hit the field.
That is pretty much all in turn against Magmar.
Makes me wonder what the rest of their hand is like.
Same here. I wonder if he had other options. Maybe he had a bunch of weak bodies that he didn't want to deploy against Harvester.
Yeah, the replay is bugged. Player 2, you might have noticed earlier, but I did skip animations as well and it didn't fix anything.
Poncho is back in the chat. Hello, Poncho.
Mazer was fuming here because didn't play around BT8. Wait a minute, how do you know he was fuming? Were you watching their live stream, Poncho?
New concept, reckoning.
Watch the VOD, of course. Ah, very good, very good.
I would definitely watch the VOD of team playing against me. It's always fun to hear the thoughts of others.
Oh yeah, the commentary is complete gold. If anybody is not checking out the VODs that do exist, you have to look for them a bit. I know Furuka has some on his YouTube. I don't know if Jay preserves his. I know Nick Lauren has VODs on their YouTube. Someone else might have some too, but they're worth seeking out.
Elixir? Yeah, Elixir. Makes sense. And 3-5 can't be cleared with Macantor Will. Going after 4 mana natural selection. Why not? Probably developing an Archon after that.
Yeah, I think Archon makes the most sense. Stay on curve. Sunrise is always annoying to leave around. I don't... If Poncho can keep up this sort of turn by turn though, I don't think Veruca's gonna have time to develop this second Elder comfortably. They're gonna have to find a time to take a big hit.
Well, Lizard Lovers have 2 more cards in their deck. They can outstall.
Perhaps, perhaps. But do they have as much healing and extra lives as Poncho?
Of course you can outstall a deck with triple Regalia and double Zero. What can go wrong?
Yeah, I'm surprised the Regalias haven't shown up yet. I think the Lizard Lovers almost never bring Rustcrawler in their lists.
I don't think they ever did.
Alright, Poncho man-moding Archon. 5 mana Holy Ammo to take it out. I saw earlier someone commented that Veruca opted to corner themselves, and yeah, they did it to avoid what just occurred from hitting their face.
I would definitely have done the same as Veruca, but as Poncho? I'm not sure. I wonder what he had in hand. Because spending 5 mana to clear it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just greedy to miss the potential of immolation. But on the other hand, removal for 5 mana. Although you still took 6 to face, so it doesn't feel efficient.
So Veruca taking this as their opportunity to develop Elder. I think, what is it? Have we seen all 3? All 3 Holy Emmos are down. Should only be about 2 Tempests and 1 Martyr left? 2 Martyrs?
I'm not sure there was 3.
Maybe there's only 2 Holy Emmos.
Right, Poncho, we will just assume that you played your best options. We know you just had 3 Zuraels in hand and stuff of like Artifact Defiler tier.
Ooh, this is a crushing
One
turn.
the
Slight misplay, I think. Well, I guess it depends on what you want to do with the Silver Guard, but could have hit the Silver first.
And it clears the egg immediately. Good to know.
Yeah, which is kind of strange.
I feel
Maybe
it-
somewhat weird.
I feel it wasn't the case in Duelyst 1.
No, I think it wasn't. But the order of operations is slightly different. I remember Veruca testing some things that changed, namely, I know there's like a Grasp of Agony order that was swapped. I forget what the exact circumstances.
Yeah, the eggs are different. I think I saw something with eggs. I guess it was Sinja, like punching a rebirth minion with Sinja next to you, and Sinja clears the egg. Something like that.
Yeah, I like the split here. Plasma should be a really main concern. And as we see, Furuka does have the Plasma Storm.
Good play around. It's very awkward to play around Plasma, but it's worth it.
The only difference I would have made on that turn on Poncho's side of things is I would have put the Mystic near the Silver Guard. Because you know your Sunriser is the bigger priority, so you may as well offer them either that or the 2 minions. So I'm noticing Poncho's hand is dwindling in size a little bit. Furuka sitting at 6, Poncho at 4. Mysterious cards. Ah, it's time for the Regalia.
All cards. A bit not enough to summon Exodia. Alas.
Ooh. Man, this is 2 really nice turns from Poncho. So this Metamorphosis Furuka's been holding on to is gonna come in handy here, but then I suppose they just heal?
Flash would be so good here. Imagine Metamorphosis Flash Macantor, and he just destroys Poncho.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty sweet. We should definitely replace first and look for that possibility. That would be kind of messed up for Poncho.
Yeah. I don't think that's what's happening, but it would be...
No, he called it. That's exactly what's happening. Excellent predictive insight.
Okay. Imagine, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, you know, Furuka doesn't really make a strong comeback with a board clear and just developing Rejuvenator, but this gets rid of Regalia too. That's a game-changing play right there.
Yeah, he got exactly the card he needed. Yeah, right, delicious. I love Flash Hunter on all the lists. Just it was sarcastic love. I hate it.
It's a completely fair and totally skillful display of tactics. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, fair and balanced, very interactive, skill-based gameplay.
Furuka has a nice Archon development here with board wipe again. I don't know what Furuka's removal situation is looking like though. Maybe they want to conserve that for an Iron Cliff instead of using it on a DB.
I think they are expecting another Zero
That
at some
too,
point.
yeah. Seeing Rejuvenator go down. Okay, Rejuvenator and like Spirit Harvester, you don't have to take 2 damage. You kind of offer your Rejuvenator to just trade into Dancing Blades. Yeah, I can see this too. Seven out of hand damage in Furuka's hand. Unknown amount of damage in Poncho's hand. I just noticed Poncho's down to 3 cards, so low on options.
Yeah, Zero is not an option now because it can get cleared with either you tank 4 and preserve it from not selection, or you trade and Yeah, Zero just gets removed. And Poncho only has 3 cards, so there are not that many plays that can be game-changing at this point. You can play Blood Tier Immolation to clear the Harvester, but
Not
still
sure they have any blood tears left.
you're still behind.
No, these are not the semifinals yet. So the round robin goes 9 full weeks, and then the semifinals happen afterwards with the top 4 teams from the round robin. So the round robin will be 2 to 3 weeks from now. It should be 2 weeks from now covered. Because next week will be week 9. The last week. Team Wars is wrapping up.
So Poncho's not here.
Napacha walked into range of Spirit Harvester, which I'm a little surprised about that movement there at the end. Quite a brutal match between these two. It was enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, a very tense one.
So where the Lionar falls, we bring in the the name caught me off guard. We bring in the mirror, the first unseen deck. So I don't know if this is new tech from the Rook and Rollers, but it's seen now. It's similar to what Faroka is doing. You know, I just realized there's no Lady Lock in Faroka's deck. They don't have their Phalanx or Boy Lady Lock combo.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they're going with more Elders, Archons, and Sildar veterans instead.
Bit heavier endgame. Both lists are very similar. No Plasma Storms for the Rook and Roller side. Granted, Plasma Storm is not as good against Magmar on average. So, we'll have to see who comes out ahead here.
Zora can be pretty big, especially after some nasty... Wait, no, actually it doesn't help against Metamorphosis.
Bald Eagle. Faroka loves the lizards the most. Little do you know. They all love the lizards. Faroka loves them the most.
Monk Business has his boys ready to go.
I love seeing
to
the
go.
boys.
I think that's a well-designed card now. 6-1 was good enough, but this one relies on positioning more, so it's smarter.
I just like seeing that card in use. I thought Phalanx is pretty neat with his big ol' hammer. Relegated to a smash face with Vindicator card wasn't so cool. Now he gets to stand on his own. Alright, Vindicator positioning. So if you have a rush minion, do you like to leave all the tiles open, or do you like to yoink the center tile and then send it backwards too?
I think it depends on the faction. I think I wouldn't take it against... although...
I feel like if it's Songhai you're up against, that's when I tend to play it differently, usually.
Yeah, when you expect boars and tigers, you play it as defensively as you can, or you take just dial and say you will not get at least this value.
Oh, very unique, seldomly seen opener.
Alright. You don't see that every day. I think that's because of the second Vindicator to potentially play 3+2. Looking at the Blizzard Lovers deck, I think they don't have many player 2 turn 1 plays. Only the best play would be turn 1 Young Silithar and
Flash
Mystic or
Harvester, clearly.
that can work against some lonely young Chakri.
This is called the Dutch opening, assuming Faruka is Dutch. Well, no need to assume Faruka is in fact Dutch. I do agree with your assessment on Faruka's particular deck. It is slightly weaker going second. They don't really have something they want to play on turn 1. I mean, Vindicator is okay as a turn 1 development. The only thing with Vindicator is there's nothing you want to rush. Maybe Veteran Silithar.
Yeah, I think Veteran Silithar is the only thing on turn 2. Monk Business actually leaving the central tile.
Yeah, that's pretty
saying
interesting.
that if you're going to ramp into it, it will be in range of Phalanxar. But that minion would have rush, so although it's pretty hard to run away from both Phalanxars, and Plasma Storm is useless here too.
Nat Select
I guess
also a little useless here.
we can see face straight into one Phalanxar just to heal 4 and trade 4/4 into 4/4.
Looks like
Which
we're looking
leaves
at
more,
Blood Tier. So Blood Tier, you could sack your Vindy and then develop another Vindy. I think this turn is very rough for Faruka. No matter what they decided to do there.
If he leaves the bottom tile open, we're just looking at Flash Elder, most likely.
You know what?
I don't think that rush would matter too much.
I'm a little surprised the second Vindy wasn't used to finish the Mystic off. Be like below Starhorn.
Yeah,
Maybe you're playing around Blood Tier Alchemist. It is quite popular currently. Oh, we have Flash Elder in hand.
I didn't see Alchemist much in Magmar until like last week. This week 8, I think I saw someone running just three Metamorphosis, 3 Blood Tier before this game of Lizard Lovers. But before that, I don't think I've encountered that often.
For ladder play, I tend to swear by Alchemist and Magmar, but I also still make use of Eggmorph. And it's really nice with Eggmorph and Meta as well for hitting pesky scarabs and whatnot that are out of reach. So
Faruka doesn't have a good play here.
Not at
He got-
all. They can really bandage the bleeding.
You can just either remove the egg or summon a 4/4 rush, and that's it.
I think you have to remove the egg, right? Well, maybe not. You're Magmar. You can get away with the meta mass clearing that other factions can't. Do you wager on
Yeah.
that, though?
Metamorphosis provides the luxury of being able to deal with any board ever.
I think this is unironically better than Faroka just playing the Rejuvenator because no, we're one
I
mana
think-
off. Never mind. If I was thinking my Cantor would completely ruin the Rejuve.
I wonder what his play would have been if he had Spirit Harvester. Would he rush it out to go face or to clear Phalanxer, or just play it safely without rush to clear the egg? Really curious.
I think you'd play it safely in this scenario. It feels a little wasteful if you just throw it in the Phalanxar. Because, Phalanxar will die in 2 turns. Monk Business, being Magmar, your Harvester would be safe from that select due to the other things on board, Vindicator and Phalanxar. So, it'll probably get a couple pings off. If Faroka had it.
Yeah, I think Monk Business would have hard times dealing with the backline Harvester.
I think the Archon's gonna force Faroka's hand. They can only play 1 card.
I guess it's Metamorphosis.
Yeah,
Feels
so.
bad not dealing with elders, but not much you can do. You've got 12 damage next to your face.
Poncho said Team Wars yelling and roping positioning coming up in a few times in the next few turns. Wanted it above the boy. I imagine you want your Silithar Elder above the boy. Well, Monk Business didn't think so.
I agree with having an 8 attack minion in range of the enemy general and the egg outside of range. Makes perfect sense to me to move it above Phalanxer.
I think it would be okay above in this circumstance because your general's blocking Faroka from hitting it if they meta. So it would be
Faroka
fine,
chooses
yeah.
Not to play Metamorphosis now. Taking 6 instead.
I think that is wise for the long term because Faroka not drawing their Flash Harvester at the moment probably needs to buy time until they can meta Plasma to deal with the Elder. Unfortunately, they're going to take a lot of damage here.
You need your Flash to discount spells. Meta Flash, Plasma for 7 mana.
Let's not give the people more reason to loathe their lizards that they love so much. We all love lizards, right?
Alright.
Maybe they'll do that in the future, but just have it as a separate card. And just spell flash.
Okay, now Feroka's position looks miserable. Even having the meta, it just buys you a couple turns, which is not bad, but you are still so far behind. If you had at least a blood tier, that would have been better.
The stalling, it's funny. The Elder is on the board and it's this huge impending doom, but Feroka's kind of dying, just dealing with other things at the moment too.
Yeah, I think it's just a Macanter and full surround turn, and that's it.
I would maybe replace Shroud or Nat Select, yeah, and maybe do a Lady Lock turn depending on what the draw is. And we do get the other 2 drop. Could be a good Lady Lock. Unless you're worried about Plasma Storm, but you got Elders developing. Plasma is half of Feroka's turn next turn. Pushing for 6 damage here is fine. 2. Seven, 8,
you
9.
can spread down Lady Luck. You actually have pretty good 2 drops, so you definitely can develop them.
Yeah, I was counting up the magma damage. I think he had 9 with the 3 magma in range. So
Not
that was-
respecting Plasma Storm.
I think it's okay. I think you want Feroka Plasma Storm because that means your Elder can't get answered on this turn. Now, what I would have done instead of that positioning with the 1 Elder is put it somewhere else, because if you assume Plasma happens, your egg is, blocking the Elder from walking forward now. It was supposed to be nearby Starhorn. Yeah, I would have put the Elder somewhere else, but I would have done the Lady Lock turn. I think that's fine.
So Monk can just Macanter and Zurael next turn.
Yeah, you can even dispel the egg.
True. I'm not sure I would hit the lizard though. I think I would just Macanter face and hit face.
Sometimes the Magmar players, I think this goes for a lot of us, we just want to see the lizard army come out of Elder. You don't need to secure death with your rush minions that you're probably gonna draw. A slow crushing defeat feels better.
Yeah, I don't see any scenario where Feroka wins this legitimately without Monk disconnecting.
Feroka has double flash Macintor, and they can use their egg to pull them both out. And then he can hide in the corner for 1 more turn. Like you flash Macintor top right of the egg, and then do it again to get rid of the Macantor. Voliger. The Elder's reproducing in front of the enemy. It's natural. The wonders of nature. How would you feel if you're a warrior on the battlefield and you just see this giant lizard produce an egg in front of you in the middle of combat?
like a man.
We are seeing double Cantor. The only thing that sucks about this is he spent 2 flashes.
What else do you have to do? Nothing.
He's used both of his plasma storms. So without the flash and drawing Harvester meta, it was like the only out. You have to get that Harvester flash meta combo now, but that's kind of impossible to do. So yeah, I think Varric is out of answers.
And out of burst, out of everything, out of mental power too, probably.
Double Cantor gives a Flash Vindicator out. Does it? I mean, maybe if Monk Business stays in range and hits, but 10 HP is out of Vindy Elder range. 9 damage is the most he can do.
You don't even have to be fancy and play Zerael.
Oh, yeah, right.
Just-
This is just smart. Go to 14.
Plus, you know you have one already, so you don't have to show the Zerael.
Alright, Faruka playing it out like a man. So he'll be at 8 HP, and there's 5 things that can hit him on the next turn. +1 now. You really wanted Zerael, had to hold Monk back. Everybody wants the flaming chicken to make its appearance.
It's pretty spectacular and impactful in both aspects, visual and just making an impression. A huge 9 drop that has that great animation and legendary sound when it drops. So good.
Yeah, it's probably the most impactful and enjoyable high cost minion to play. Unless you're one of those Chimera freaks, maybe you get your jollies off on that.
Yeah, Chimera is amazing. It barely fits 1 square of the battlefield.
Yeah, Chimera is quite large bodied, which is nice. Maybe we can see. Huh.
You see Chimera and you instantly know who is boss here.
I wonder how Duelyst would be if they had not a lot, but maybe a couple cards that were like 2x2
2x2?
tile space. Yeah, like big colossal things.
Yeah, I've seen such discussions, and I'm pretty sure I saw such suggestions for boss fights, but devs said that it was really hard to pull off.
Yeah, I imagine
with
it would be.
encoding.
So we have Monka Whom, a very unique Vitruvian deck. We have the Pyromancers, we have some Sworn Avengers, the Mirage Masters, Aymara, couple Bone Reapers, 1 Pandora, a spattering of various spells, triple Bone Swarm. You were just talking about that being underutilized. What do you think about this vet list?
I mean, it's full of rare cards. I respect it a lot. Huge fan of such decks because that looks like what I would use, honestly. Very reminiscent of my deck building style. And look at that. Pyromancer, unironically, in a tournament.
Unironically, yeah.
It gives me such a strong 2015 vibes. Pyromancers. Nostalgia is real.
Well, let's see if we
I
can
think
notice
it's
a
underrated.
pyro hit the field and do something. So Mazer.
Turn 1 Pyromancer can be very annoying.
Yeah, lowering the attack of the Ceiling Mystics, not bad. Actually, I like Saboteur if you're player 2 doing double T drop with it. It's disruptive, which is the kind of effect I'd like to see Vet excel at. Disruption sort of stuff.
Also, you were speaking about the shortage of Zenrui, and this deck is running 3 of them.
You're right, you're right. Zenrui's still around and kicking. Maybe not as shortaged as I thought.
Zenruis. So, Saboteurs, Zenruis, and 2 Dominate Wheels.
Monk
Not bad.
Business has 2 pretty nasty options to choose from here.
I think I would go after Lady Luck.
I would probably also Lady Lock Phalanxar. It's just, it's really quite nice. And you don't even care if they have Siphon Energy or something like that.
Like, sure, dispelling my Phalanxars, thank you.
Yeah.
It can work normally now.
These are getting some third wish value though.
Yeah, pretty good answer.
I guess Mazer wants to keep at least one of the 2 drops alive, so having Primus at the bottom makes sense. I'm a little surprised he didn't kill the provoke minion so that he's, you know, not provoked next turn.
I would guess he would like to get a CCG value, but we know he's not running it.
Maybe. So, this is supposed to be a
Maybe.
pretty rare occurrence, but we're about to see Flash Elder for the 2nd time in the same day.
Right. And there is not that much Vitruvian can do about it. Actually, nowadays, Vitruvian can answer it very well with just Entropic Decay and Siphon. And
Yeah,
that's it.
Entropic Decay is a pretty good response if you're not provoked by a Lady Lar. I suppose Blood Tear would save him from that fate.
So this turn it's most likely just, yeah, cooling the egg and developing a body. Ranged is a very good choice against egg-laying creatures.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
man. Yeah,
Monk has a perfect answer for it.
there was no way for Mazer to play around in that select. If he was able to keep that Sworn Avenger, it could have been a really big deal. Probably would have warranted a Metamorph hit on this turn. Just so the Silithar can develop an egg, but just Nat Select will solve that problem.
Okay, he got second card to play. The turn became very obvious now. The main concern is your positioning with Silver Elder. How aggressive do you want to be? I think it just stays where it is and doesn't do anything more.
I would bring it down 2, I think, just to centralize it. But keep it the same
fine with-
distance away.
I'm fine with stepping one forward. Either that or leave it where it is, I think.
Yeah, this is fine too. It's a little more aggressive, still relatively safe.
I think rook and rollers are constantly playing around entropic at this point, so they don't move it too down.
This plays around DK. Donkey Kong? What's DK? You mean ED? Entropic Decay? Oh, I see. Entropic DK. Right. I haven't had a chance to play with the new Entropic Decay yet, or have it used against me, so I don't know how I feel about the card. On paper it seems strong. In execution and from watching streams, it almost seems like it's okay and fair enough. Based on what I've seen and heard other people say about it.
I think that's a very fair removal. It has infinite reach, kinda, but like with an asterisk, if you can make it to the row you need and not kill 3 of your own minions at the same time.
Yeah, you do have to concern yourself with your own things. I'm curious because I haven't seen it yet, but has anybody killed their own Aymara with it yet? Has that feat been pulled off?
Not in the tournament, I think.
Nice, Dominate Will? Making for a great Mercantor steal?
Would be much better if it was a Mirage Master, but oh well. We have what we have.
You killed your own Wind Strike during Team Wars with Decay, but it was questionable. We haven't watched your set yet. We'll probably see it tomorrow. I think. Oh, next week. Okay, we'll see it next week. I have noticed, like, this turn is a great example of stuff I've been seeing now. It's like a new way of trying to play around Entropic Decay, although Mazer with Senrui on 8 mana.
I like this turn.
A most amazing Entropic.
Yeah, that's the best one I've seen so far.
Pretty nasty.
That's bone breaking. Yeah. You thought you kept me away from that row? No. Think again.
Yeah, that's a fun positional puzzle to consider when you're dealing with Vitruvian. You have to be aware of the theft in conjunction with it later on. That replace though is going to Monk's at 15 HP. I think they're safe to not suicide the Mercantor, but it's their call if they want to not risk it being stolen again. They could have ran it into Zenriri there.
I would not suicide it. It's not that scary as Superior Mirage.
Yo, Bone Reaper value?
Sure. Why not? I believe Mazer will gladly take it. Still dead to natural selection and bounded life force.
Not if you play the Sworn Adventure, right?
Hmm?
Sworn
Correct.
Adventure will protect your Bone Reaper for a little bit.
No. The safest play.
Interesting placement. So, yeah, Mazer is concerned probably about meta and then getting hit by Voth with something else.
Monk can steal Macantor and natural selection.
Well, they just replace no Mercantor in hand. Well, they can get it back, but it has to spawn in a relevant spot. Which can happen because Mazer is very centralized. So there's actually okay odds of a good Mercantor.
Well, you don't die from 15 to Vitruvian at this ward state, so I would just play Zuriel out of reach of decay and that's it.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter if you get Macantor or not, honestly. Just the Zuriel itself is a huge threat.
It sends a message and demoralizes your opponent.
Yeah. Free Macantor, I'll take it.
That was
Yes,
a pretty
please.
good spawn though. And this metamorph is gonna be exactly lethal. Well played by Monk Business and the Rook and Rollers in general. They're convincingly taken out the Lizard Lovers for week 8. So very cool set to see.
Zuriel finisher, just what people like to
Yeah.
see.
Zurail closer for the final game of the sets on this stream. That is all the matches that I have for you guys. So, you have any parting words for our audience, Kosvid?
Those were very fun sets, I must say. Very enjoyable to watch. Not really predictable. Even past turn 2 sometimes.
I like that
But some
that
reference, yeah.
thing that Mazer has going on. Yeah, I don't know if I agree. I think Duelyst has so much variability, and it is a card game at its heart, that I don't know. I wouldn't safely say you can see who wins on turn 2, but I do take humor in the idea.
I also think this might be the longest stream you have done so far on the tournament.
Maybe we did push over 6 hours. These were 2 longer sets, but that's okay. So
I'm fine with that. I had a lot of fun.
glad to hear it. Thanks a lot for joining me, Kosvid, and to Illus too. Thank you very much.
Yeah. He went pretty silently. I just didn't have enough time to say thank you. So, hello, Illus. Thank you for the cast with us.
All right, with that, I will close things out. I'll try
Thanks,
to
everyone.
stream tomorrow. The last 2 sets for week 8. But I don't know for sure if I can manage to do that, so maybe Tuesday. We'll see. Take care, everybody.
All right. Goodbye.